All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. I don't know which time it is, but I know you guys are just but good. Karibu sana kwa hii show. I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator. And of course, this is Afrique 24. Karibu sana kwa hii show. Show kali, show fiti ndio tu tumeanza. I know you are doing well. I invite you to have a good time here at Afrique 24. Karibu sana wadau. Welcome to this great conversation that we are about to have here at Africa 24. How are you? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I hope you are doing well. Tuko na show kali, show fiti, show ambayo itaku nice. This one must give you some good time. This one must give you some good time. All right. Thank you so much for being part of this great conversation that we are about to have. I know you will enjoy this. I know you will definitely enjoy this one. All right. Karibu sana. Asante kwa kuwa part of this great conversation. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you are doing well. I know you are doing quite fine. Asante sana kwa kuwa part of this show. Wacha nijue unatazama ukiwa wapi. Watu wa USA karibuni, watu wa UK karibuni. We are having a nice conversation just about now. All right. How are you? How are you this morning? Hii ni ile show lazima ukae chini utazame, ujienjoy, kwa sababu hii ni ile show ambayo we go back in time. We go back in time. You'll know why we are going back in time, kwa sababu leo I think it marks the beginning of many things that transpired during the elections, and of course after what made to have the president we are having at the moment. So we'll look at several things. We'll look at several things. I have with me guys who will help me look at the issues that happened then and what led to the victory or to what we know as the current regime. All right. So karibu sana, kaange kabisa kabisa kabisa. Makinika na hii show, alright? Makinika, nijuze unatutazama ukiwa wapi. Watu wote ambao wanatutazama, si mmekaribishwa tu sana kwa hii show. Welcome ladies and gentlemen, we have another one. This is the show where we look at the battle happening at Mount Kenya. We look at the Supremacy battle. We look at the Musalia earthquake moment. That moment that defined the country's political landscape as far as we know it. We'll be looking at the dailies because that is equally inform what this show is. We'll be looking at why the fight between Rigiji, the one man Ndindi Nyoro, and of course the other one Kindiki, and of course kumeanza kuwa na mentions and rumors of one Waiguru. So ka ange kabisa, ka ndani, ka kwa hisho, wacha tuwe na ile kitu ya, tuwe na that nice moment that we always have here at Afrique 24. All right. Karibu sana. Let me know where this is finding you. I know it's finding you quite fine. Kama tu ndio umepozi, karibu sana. Kama tu ndio umejiwekelea, karibu tu sana. This is where it all begins. This is where it all happens. This is your show. This is your host. And of course, we are about to have a good one, a better one, because you guys chose to have this show. All right. Asante sana. Asante tu sana. Thank you very much. All right. I am so grateful that you chose this show this fine morning to be your show. All right. I know imeanza mapema ama imeanza late kwa inchi ambayo huko, ama imeanza I don't know which time ni kwenyu, lakini I know ni masaa mazuri ya kuwa kwa hii show. All right. Welcome ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic. I'll be looking at the Daily Nation. I'll be looking at the Standard, Taifa Leo, and of course the East Africa. But East Africa always happens once a week, so we already looked at it, but tutajaribu kuangalia angalia. All right. But thank you so much for tuning in. Uh, I think I need to look at something. All right. Yeah, I think the correct Musalia. Yes, Musalia is correct. It's very correct. I think I have the spelling Quite all right. Okay. Musali. Oh, Musalia, not Musali. Well, all right. Sorry. Thank you, Bwana Esich Zesh. Nakwambia hizi traditional names, eh? It we lack an A, but you'll see the A just now. You'll see the A just now. Wow. All right. Asante sana. Thank you very much for that. I think I had spelled the name Musalia as Musali. All right. It's Musalia. You know, it's Musalia Madividi, Musalia Mdavadi. I think we are celebrating or we are looking at the Musalia factor, that element of the earthquake. Was it really the earthquake that changed the politics of our country? That is what we'll be looking at. It's what has informed this show because that's what the Daily Nation has chosen to look at. I think the correct spelling is there right now. Daily Nation, here we go. Here is what the Daily Nation has in store for you. We'll be looking at that. Equally, we'll be looking at other news that made headlines, especially Jana. The President, Rigiji, and others had to respond to one Ishongwa, and those, not Ishongwa, those guys calling for Dindinyoro's approval. Wanasema vijana raundi wanafaa kwanza wapose kidogo kwa sababu kuna venye wameleta hawa wajamaa mbio sana, right? So that's what we'll be looking at, but we are looking at the Daily Nation. That's what we will be looking at because that informs our show tonight, including something that was aired last night at NTV. That's what I'll be looking at because that informs the show. The NTV termed it the earthquake moment, all right? So because I don't want to copy what they said, so me, I termed it the game changer, all right? Because it changed everything. It changed the narrative. It changed what we knew. We had a nice team. We had a nice team that had prepared itself in the name of One Kenya Alliance. That was a nice team, where we had Karua, we had Kalonzo, we had Madividi, we have Manueta, we had Gideon Moi, but where Wadao. So this is what we'll be looking at. The secret of Ruto Mudavadi deal. That is what we'll be looking at. Equally, I'll be playing you some clips concerning the same. So we are looking at that deal, the earthquake 2 years later. Because was this the game changer? That's what we'll be looking at. I'm sure you will enjoy this one. All right, with me is Bwana Alex. I will be equally be joined by Mr. G. Equally, you as well can join us. We don't have like seats reserved for anyone. I'll be posting just now the links to join the show. So that is the link on your comment section. Inaingia kwa Mtembei TV, Afrique 24, Afrique YouTube, Afrique Facebook, and of course as well Kenya News 24. So that's what we'll be looking at this morning, or that's what we are covering this morning. All right, we are looking at Musalia Mudavadi and the earthquake moment 2 years later. These two gentlemen, when they came together, when they had that function, that moment, it was defined as the changing moment. It was the change that brought a lot and transformed politics as we knew it. We had already seen an isolated Ruto. We had already seen a man who had few guys on his wing. He had only the team that he had crafted as Tanga Tanga, which was basically more of Mount Kenya MPs. Most of them, majority were from Mount Kenya. So it was less, it was having less of any other party or any other person from any other region. So this as well informed what happened, all right? Informed what happened when these guys came together. It became the change. It became the game changer that changed everything. We will look at what happened, what informed this, what gave what do you call it? What gave this team the winning combination. Yeah, let's take it that they won. Let's take it that they won, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure I'm rubbing some people in a bad way, but hey, we have to look at issues as they are, because hey, you cannot change the fact that it's already there. It's what it is, what it is. We cannot change it. So what do we do? Let's move on. Let's discuss it. All right. Let's discuss it as it is. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much for being part of this show. Okay, this is the show that has you covered in all aspects. Here we look at everything. Here we don't isolate matters. We look at every conversation. And that's why you will find us discussing matters Azimio. You will find us discussing matters Kenya Kwanza. You will find us discussing matters, any matters, as long as it's matters affecting you, Marainchi. Here it shall be covered. So don't worry whenever we cover matters that you don't feel comfortable with. Hey, that's why we have this show. It's for every single one of us. All right. Hii ni show yetu sote. So I know sometimes when naguza watu lakini wanasema wengi wanasema there was no earthquake, just like what jamaa anajita Ezi Mfinyi anasema there was no earthquake. Tell me how many MPs, MCAs, and governors does Mudavadi have? I think he has a couple. He should be the third or fourth thereabout largest coalition in parliament. So he still has some numbers. All right. So he does have some numbers. He never lost completely equally to
Acha
Wetangula. He still
kutudanganya
has
bwana.
some numbers. He still has.
Mudavadi did not even get an MCA even in his constituency. Wacha kutudanganya bwana. The guy just asked you a
We'll be
very
looking
basic question.
All
Mudavadi did
right, I'll
not
be
even get
answering.
an MCA in his own constituency.
We'll be looking at that just now. You know very well I cannot lie on live TV, so I'll be giving you the numbers and the list. So know very well I have my facts ready because I have prepared the show. Yes, so Mdavadi, yes, has MPs, he has MCAs, and of course he has a governor. All right, he does.
He does. Which governor does he have? He doesn't have a governor.
We'll have that answer for you in a few. All right, but let's look at the newspapers. This is what the Daily Nation is describing this morning. 2 years later after the earthquake. 2 years later after the earthquake. So they are saying secrets of Ruto and Mudavadi deal. Hapo chini inaendelea kusema more than 1 year to the 2022 general election, Musalia Mudavadi was leading light of the One Kenya alliance that included Kalonzo Musyoka and Gideon Moi, and be known to his allies, including Raila Odinga of the opposition Azimio. He was already secretly eyeing a deal with William Ruto. On April 6th, 2021, he quietly reserved the name Kenya Kwanza Alliance, the outfit that is today the governing coalition. So wadau, kumbe hata mwenye ali jina ilikuwa none other than Musalia Mudavadi. Things that maybe many of us didn't know. Things that many of us didn't know. This, I think, what happened in 2007, that as Raila Odinga and team were preparing, kuna jamaa alitoroka na jina ya party. Jina ya party, kuna jamaa alipotea nayo, and Raila had to look for plan B when that happened in 2007. But now here in 2022, one Musalia Mudavadi, what the Daily Nation is saying, of course, we'll be looking today at depth at this particular story, is that more than 1 year to the 2022 general election, Musalia Mudavadi was a leading light of the One Kenya alliance that included, of course, Kalonzo Musyoka and Gideon Moi, and be known to his allies, including Raila Odinga of the opposition, Azimio. He was already secretly eyeing a deal with William Ruto. And of course, as the Dailies is reporting, on April 6, 2021, he quietly reserved the name Kenya Kwanza Alliance. 6th of April. Na unakumbuka bado 2021, bado ilikuwa mapema sana, and Musalia kumbe he was doing some deals hapa chini ya maji. This is a man who attended the ceremony, or rather the wedding ceremony for Ruto's daughter. When everyone else refused, Musalia attended. So these guys were working together. They were in cahoots. They were doing deals together. They were working together, but no one, as much as they would criticize one another, but no one seems to know what these guys were doing together. All right, they were they were working together. They were doing some deals together. And eventually, when it happened, it came as a surprise to some. They termed it the earthquake moment. It happened during the NDC of Musalia Mudavadi ANC. Some members walked out, like Akina Savula. Some didn't agree with Musalia and what he did. And Akina Savula walked away. I think he was only left with Majimbo Kalasinga. Yeah, Majimbo Kalasinga remained. And so the Nabolindo walked away, and it was a trying moment for Musalia because most of his MPs walked away. They left him. It was sad. Many say that is the moment that Musalia kind of lost everyone. That Musalia kind of lost his political star, and we almost thought that now it would be difficult for him to reinvent himself. He had few MPs, but now after the few MPs left, he had almost, I think, one or two who were left standing with him. The lady friend who stood with him, I think she's the women rep, either Kakamega or Bungoma, still from ANC. Her, together with Nabolindo and a few others, are the ones who were left standing with Musalia and Davadi. So it was a moment where many really opined that, wow, truly it was a critical moment. It was a moment that really changed the landscape of our politics. But even before I play any clip from yesterday and what explains the show this morning, I want to get some quick reactions from Bwana Alex. Bwana Alex, what happened when Musalia crossed from One Kenya Alliance, because by then it wasn't fully in Azimio? What happened at this moment? For you as an Azimio supporter, what happened? What did you see? What did you perceive with his move, with his sudden change of heart?
Musalia knew that power was
Uh-huh.
coming, and
Mm-hmm.
he decided to go where power was.
Mm-hmm.
And he was coerced by the Gideon boy, but he never relented
Mm-hmm.
because he knew that once they came to the US tour, there's
Uh-huh.
this man called, his name is going away, this man who holds coups in various countries. Jina yake imeenda kidogo. Once they had a meeting with him, they knew that they are going to win.
Uh-huh.
And Musalia decided that he was going to be on Ruto's side. Not because Ruto was going to win. Ruto was going to steal elections.
Mm-hmm.
And Musalia decided that it was time for him to stay in power because he had stayed in opposition for a very long time. But he's very close to Raila Amolo Odinga. That's one thing that amazes me. Even though he's on the other side, he's still very close to Raila Amolo Odinga because he believes that Raila is the savior of this country. He doesn't believe in William Samoei Ruto. Yeah, he doesn't believe in William Samoei Ruto. So Mudavadi is one man who is, I can say, I don't want to give him the preeminence of enigma, but I can say that he's a one person who is qualified to be a prime minister. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Now, to this date, what happened? The few moments before there was a walkout from Musalia and Mudavadi was interesting, because you remember quite vividly that eve, or rather that day of Musalia's earthquake moment. One of the things that happened was Kalonzo Musyoka was in attendance. Jimmy Wanjigi was in attendance. Gideon Moi was in attendance. They participated in the NDC, and then immediately too, when they had rumors, of course, there were rumors that William Ruto would show up. So many didn't anticipate that would happen. Then it happened. Kalonzo walked out, and that was the beginning of the end. That was the beginning of the end for One Kenya Alliance, and it happened, and it happened. So that is what we are looking at 2 years after the earthquake moment. Was it really an earthquake moment? Hiyo ndio tunatazama saizi. I see today we are blessed and privileged to have Lady Happiness Nyamusi. Karibu sana Lady Happiness, na wengi pia ambao wana participate kwa comment section. Lady Happiness, how are you? Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
We are fine. Karibu sana kwa show. All right, I think amefanywa ile kitu, but tutaendelea tu. Now when you look at what happened, bwana Hon, when you remember those times, as much as you say there was a hint of them coming to power because of stealing election, that is a matter for another day. But let's discuss what happened during this day where Musalia chose to work with William Ruto. In fact, the words were, he told William Ruto, from now on, you will not walk alone. He quoted the famous, what do we call this? The famous slogan from Liverpool, the football club, that you will never walk alone. So he told William Ruto, you won't walk alone from now henceforth, because he was saying people were working very hard to make sure that no one works with William Ruto. All right. So he promised him from there on that they will work together. So what do you make of their relationship from that day forward? Was it the card that really saw a lot of shift in as far as politics is concerned? Bwana Alex? Alex, are you with me? All right, even as I get back, Alex, this is what happens even as we mark 2 years of
National Congress will be marking the first anniversary since the famous earthquake. A political cooperation deal between Musalia Mudavadi and William Ruto happened. Prime Cabinet Secretary Mudavadi has described the move to join hands with President Ruto as a political wildcard that he kept quite close to his chest. And TV's Sydney Chazima now reveals how the earthquake came about and its ramifications thereafter.
At the height of the 2022 election campaigns, Musalia Mudavadi, then party leader of the Amani National Congress ANC, made a decision that split opinions but was described as one of the major events of the 2022 electioneering period.
I went through a moment of soul searching and I realized that some of us have got to really step forward in order to get Kenyans to move away from what you would call a moment of bondage.
Mudavadi marshaled his troops, ditched the One Kenya Alliance, which was then perceived as a holding ground for the Azimio coalition party, which had Raila Odinga, his former political ally, as the presidential candidate. Those close to Mudavadi admit that the move was a calculated risk and a difficult one to make.
Stereotypically, William Ruto had been packaged as a very bad person in the eyes and in the minds of the people from Western region. He had been packaged as a person who had no interest who had participated in the economic sabotage of our region.
Kenyans were fatigued with what you would call overbearing state interference in their lives. The state was breathing down their necks in terms of punitive taxation. I did not want to be part of that.
I would rather die on my feet than live on my knees.
And that is why I said, tusidanganyane.
In late 2021, talk of William Ruto and Mudavadi working together began gathering pace, especially as Ruto sought to make inroads in Western Kenya.
Watu wa hapa Butali, munataka bali afanye na kitendawili ama afanye na mimi?
At the time, former Kakamega Senator Cleophas Malala, one of those perceived as Mudavadi's most trusted lieutenants, appeared to let the cat out of the bag.
Naomba kwa unyenyekevu tutembee pamoja.
That was just one of the steps that we decided as a strategy to test the waters. We wanted to know what do our people think about our coalition with William Samoei Ruto.
Just under 3 weeks later, after Ruto's appearance at the Mumias rally, on the 23rd of January 2022, the ANC party held its delegates conference at the Bomas of Kenya and dubbed it the earthquake, signaling a big political announcement was bound to be made.
Sometimes earthquakes are unpredictable. And therefore, what I had in mind, especially my advisors, myself, and indeed my friend, the speaker, and the others that we were talking to, was that the element of surprise will be absolutely critical.
It is my official duty to welcome all of you.
I remember even the Secretary General of who had convened the NDC had no idea on what was going to go on during the NDC. Even the other principles of One Kenya Alliance did not know. We were only 2 or 3 people. And if my memory serves me right, it was Governor Sakaja, His Excellency Musalia and Mudavadi, and myself, who knew about what was going to happen.
And when the hour came, the secret was laid bare. William Ruto, one of the front runners in the presidential race, was the guest of honor at the delegates conference, much to the chagrin of coalition partners in One Kenya Alliance, who walked out in protest.
But why are you not staying for the rest of the function?
We have congratulated him. We will consult first, then come back. Ideology, difference in ideology.
When Wiper had its convention, I think it was at Kasarani, you will remember that. I did not determine the Wiper invitation list. We were there. We saw Charity Ngilu come in. We saw Raila come in. That was Wiper's prerogative.
Consequently, several leaders from Western Kenya, including Lurambi MP Titus Hamala, his Matungu counterpart Oscar Nabulindo, Kakamega Deputy Governor Ayub Savura, who was ANC's deputy party leader, and Lugari legislator, ditched ANC for Azimio affiliates ODM and DAPK.
They panicked. I think they got phone calls. I think they got phone calls of intimidation.
As fate would have it, Kalonzo Musyoka and Gideon Moi and other One Kenya Alliance leaders teamed up with Raila Odinga, who narrowly lost to Ruto.
They walked out of government, and I walked into government. That is the irony of it. The guys who walked out of government, because the government today is Kenya Kwanza.
Mudavadi's political plans for 2032 are still unclear, but those close to him argue that the Western region is already benefiting from the Kenya Kwanza administration, and the question of Ruto's succession is not on the table currently. Sydney Chazima, NTV.
All right, so that was 1 year. Now today we are marking 2 years after that. So it has been a journey. Now let's look at some of the things that happened then. When Kalonzo walked out, many celebrated him, but I don't know if he gained mileage from it. of course, it was the beginning of the end for One Kenya Oka to continue. Of course, alipojoin Azimio, he worked very hard to have that name still included in Azimio. So one, let me ask you, Bwana Alex, when you look at what happened to Musalia and William Ruto, was that the game changer?
Musalia knew Ruto is going to be forced to be the president of Kenya when they came to the US tour. And they met George Soros. George Soros is known for many coups and internal tanglings of countries in East Europe and Asia and Africa. So the way, if you look at what Babu Owino said, when you saw Waiguru go, when you saw Muturi go from the president of Kenya at that time, who was Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, you could tell that there's something coming up. So they were assured, and they had the assurance that the presidency is going to be William Samoei Ruto. So the assurance of William Samoei Ruto being the president was there even before he became the president, because George Soros had a mission. Bill Gates had a mission. And also the Amazon guy had a mission. So these are the people who made Ruto the presidency. Ruto never won the presidency. Ruto alipewa the presidency to achieve some things, which he's doing now, which is hurting Kenya right now. Especially when you look at the education sector. Kenyans are equally one of the most educated countries in the world. Lakini saa hii unaangalia watoto wetu wanalia. Yeah, that's what I can say for now.
Now, when Musalia chose to take a leave, Raila Odinga chose to work with One Oparanya, because now he had to shift his cards, because maybe he banked so much on Musalia. And I think I'm yet to hear one moment or instance where Raila really comes out and castigate Musalia's move. As much as it hurt, as much as he made some remarks here and there, but this was a move that I think even Raila Odinga ilim hurt kiasi. And what the Daily is saying on page 4 of it, it's saying that the earthquake deal made Raila choose Oparanya in the event he didn't vie. And of course, it equally surprised all. So the Daily continues by saying secrets of Ruto Musalia deal that tilted votes in favor of Kenya Kwanza. Of course, maybe I might not read all this article, but they're saying that the January 23rd, 2022 earthquake deal unveiled 2 years ago was a culmination of behind the scenes maneuvers, deceit, and political betrayal and horse of tradings. Now this was a move that many didn't anticipate. This was a move, if you remember, if I can play some scenes here kidogo for you. This was the NDC. These were a few moments before William Ruto walked in, and of course, when he walked in, things happened. One of the things that happened, Alonso Mokoka and Steve they left. They left because they didn't believe that Musalia would walk out. And Musalia, this was the moment when William Ruto marched in, walking majestically, of course, in the company of one Jamaa wa Nairobi, Sakaja. So this was the moment. This was the moment that they described as the earthquake moment. When he walked in, many couldn't believe didn't believe that where finally William Ruto has someone working with him. And when it happened, many, including some of us, were taken by surprise. This was a deal that ilichezwa kweli chini ya maji. We felt, or rather we saw and believed, that Ruto was an isolated man. Well, until this moment here, this really changed a lot. It changed some perspective.
When we were in Monterrey, Jex, when we were in Monterrey, and I saw Mudavadi and Owalo meet George Soros. What did I say then? I told them, game done. Raila is not winning. And we disagreed with Temba equivocally. Makiadi, Julia, we disagreed with them. I told them, look, hii kitu imeibiwa before even the election. When you see George Soros, George Soros had a meeting with Owalo and who? And Mudavadi. Not even with William Ruto. The two people. Okay, there's a phone coming here. Let me take it and then we'll talk.
All right. So at this particular moment, when William Ruto marched in, here, as fate would have it, here the deal was finished. Many chose to remain, many chose to walk away. But as Musalia has just told us, those who are left walked into government. Those who walked away, walked out of government. So at this particular moment, this was the defining moment. This was the game changer. It was what shifted the narrative. This was what added to the number what William Ruto had already in his basket. Probably it wasn't enough because he even what he won with, if we go with the statistics that were given by one Chebukati, was barely 200K. So if anything, whatever he gathered from this meeting here was a game changer. So the Daily Nation, of course, looks at this, the year 2022, of course, January 23rd, that was yesterday, and that's what informs the newspaper today. That was the day of the earthquake. So we'll look at that and we'll try to see truly was that the game changer. Listen to this, Will Osbalos, what she explains as well.
With your feet shifting, Raila Odinga may be famed for promising a political tsunami, but Musalia Mudavadi, who is the Amani National Congress party leader, promises a political earthquake. All is set for the Amani National Congress's National Delegates Conference that will be held this Sunday in Nairobi. Mudavadi is expected to use the NDC to reveal his political direction, which he says will cause, again, a political earthquake. Our political reporter Vincent Odor's report is now ready.
More than 6,000 ANC party delegates Sunday are expected to camp at the Bomas of Kenya in Nairobi. All is now set for the National Delegates Conference, where delegates are not only expected to endorse ANC party leader Musalia Mudavadi as their 2022 presidential flag bearer, but also Mudavadi is expected to reveal his much-awaited political stand, which he claims will trigger a political earthquake across the country.
We have not invited our competitors. It must be very clear, because we are alive of the fact that we are going into a battle, and that battle requires us to prepare enough to handle our opponents.
The NDC is coming at a time when Deputy President William Ruto and ODM leader Raila Odinga are warming up to Mudavadi and trying to persuade him to join their political side. Political pundits hold that DP William Ruto, whose UDA allied MPs from Western region lack political sway to mobilize adequate votes for him, is now seeking the help of the region's key leaders like Musalia Mudavadi. On his part, Raila Odinga has been wooing Mudavadi to join the Azimio la Umoja movement, especially after working with Mudavadi in the 2017 presidential election, where Mudavadi helped Raila Odinga to get over 65% of the votes in Western region. In 2017, Mudavadi was the manager of Raila Odinga's presidential campaign team under the National Super Alliance NASA, a working relationship that marketed Mudavadi's great performance to Odinga. Currently, Mudavadi is in the One Kenya Alliance, where the so-called deep state is said to be pressuring them to support Raila Odinga's presidential bid.
We've made it very clear. Oka will only make sense if the presidential candidate is none other than His Adequateness Musalia Mudavadi.
There is no crisis of unity in this country. Kenyans are united, and our priority is to revive the economy, and that is what His Adequateness, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, is going to do tomorrow.
Kenyans are now waiting to see whether the former Deputy Prime Minister will join Ruto or Raila, or whether he will go solo all the way to the 2022 presidential ballot, as he did in 2013. Vincent Odu.
So that equally informed the bulletin last night. I'll be playing you what transpired in NTV's news coverage last night. They really went into the heart of the issue, of the matter, of what really informed the earthquake. Of course, I'll be looking at the dailies, and after we are through with this part, we'll now go to the battle and the supremacy issues happening at Mount Kenya. But even before I go on, ladies and gentlemen, the dailies have it that Musalia Mudavadi really knew of what he would do, because as early as 14th of April 2021, so many months before January 23rd of 2022, Musalia Mudavadi had already booked and reserved a name at Registrar of Political Parties, the name Kenya Kwanza Alliance. So this is a working relationship that was there, maybe unknown to some, Akina Kalonzo, but it was a working relationship. This is a man who attended the wedding of one daughter of William Ruto, when everyone else, including the president, then Uhuru Kenyatta, refused to attend, or rather promised to attend, but failed to. So it was interesting. Ruto seems to be an isolated man, but then came that moment. Now let's listen into that documented footage from NTV, and then I'll come back and continue with the dailies. All right, thank you, and let's listen in even as I prepare the other newspapers.
The Oka Camel's back, leading to surprise union between the then NC leader Musalia Mudavadi and William Ruto, culminating in the earthquake of the January 23rd, 2022. Exactly 2 years after the surprise twist, our senior political affairs reporter, Ibrahim Karanja, revisits the unfolding events and now reveals the details in the formation of the Kenya Kwanza Alliance more than 9 months before the actual earthquake. Here is that special report inside Musalia's earthquake.
Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi, born on the 21st day of September 1960 to Moi-era minister Moses Subston Mudamba Mudavadi and Mama Hannah Atsianzale Mudavadi, both now deceased. The politician and land economist who hails from Vihiga County has had a 35-year journey in the political arena. While Mudavadi, as he has been nicknamed, had a fairly glorious run, even making history as the youngest cabinet minister, at some part of his journey was not as rosy. He had more thorns than petals. His political light, for some time, was dimmed. The 2022 race, the son of Mulembe seemed keen to exit the cold political streets and return to the warmth of high office, and he was ready to make drastic moves to get there. So huge that an earthquake.
The fact that it is being remembered and people want to look at it in terms of perhaps the second anniversary of that event. And the upheaval that that event caused in what was seen as a done deal, in what was seen as the norm in the politics. So the earthquake, as we called it then, in my view, was perhaps a Damascus moment for the Kenyan voter.
What did this earthquake entail? What were the emotions that built up to the final announcement? Did everyone consider it an earthquake, or for some, was it just a tremor? These are the intrigues of Mudavadi's earthquake.
President of the Republic of Kenya.
This is Geoffrey Kanoti. For years, he has been Musalia Mudavadi's advisor on political matters. And here, he speaks of the period before December 2021, when Musalia was in the One Kenya Alliance, OKA, leading it alongside Kalonzo Musyoka, Gideon Moi, Moses Wetangula, and Cyrus Jirongo. Their best bet as a solid alternative third force was riding the waves created by the brokenness of the relationship between then-President Uhuru Kenyatta and his deputy, William Ruto.
You could see people had different interests. Honorable Kalonzo had his own interest. He wanted to be president. He was arguing time was not on his side. He was to be the candidate. The other candidates were easy. They were discussing a coalition of purpose. They all come together and craft a team. So the fight was between now Kalonzo versus Musalia.
As the main act in the 2021 earthquake moment, as he phrased it, to some, Musalia Mudavadi was not exactly the kind of man expected to pull such a move.
Musalia Mudavadi cannot be stereotyped. You know, we have had a situation where people always mistook respect, courtesy, humility, the demeanor that maybe one has, yours or mine or anybody else. We should never try and mistake that as that 100% run shoulders over that particular individual. So that, to me, let them know that I'm a person of independent thinking.
Because of his gentleman demeanor, probably people mistake him and assume because he's soft and quiet and has a gentleman's demeanor, he has no firm stand, but he had a firm stand on what he believed.
We had already decided as a party, ANC and the fraternity around His Excellency Musalia Mudavadi, that he was going to run for president. He was geared towards running. He was preparing everything. He was reaching out to his brothers in other parties and all Kenyans that had the same vision or had the same agenda. So in the honest, let me say, we wanted Musalia Mudavadi to be president. The other candidates were easy. They were discussing a coalition of purpose. They could all come together and craft a team. So the fight was between now Kalonzo versus Musalia. And so even the committee that came together, they reached a point, they gave them a ticket. They said, if we have Musalia for president and we have Kalonzo as his running mate, and you craft along those lines, Gideon Moi and others coming in to help, we were going to win the election.
I hold the view that had One Kenya Alliance stuck together, one of us would have probably been president. Not even Raila.
Where people want to determine who your friends are. People want to determine who takes up what posts. I don't know whether you will recollect that we even saw a situation where as you go forward, an outgoing person is forcing somebody to appoint certain people in the cabinet, even before you have gone through the election. So when one looks at that kind of situation, for me, it was we are dealing with either state capture, we are dealing with the extreme arrogance of the political elite, which was stifling not just the economy, but also trying to stifle the rights of the people to make their decisions. So we had to break that.
Disagreements in Oka led to our exodus to join His Excellency William Ruto. And this came from Mombasa, whereby the principals went. That was followed by Uhuru Kenyatta meeting with His Excellency Mudavadi, His Excellency Kalonzo, meeting also with Raila Odinga, the Prime Minister, and also in that meeting, the former governor of Kakamega, Oparanya, attended. It's that meeting in Mombasa that broke the pot, whereby now Uhuru insisted he would support Raila as a candidate, and Raila was asked if he had any other alternative apart from himself. He was opting, he could only go maybe for Oparanya. And Oparanya was not part of the delegates that were supposed to go to State House. He was not even a principal at that time, but Raila had come along with him. He wasn't going to support His Excellency Mudavadi. I think for him, that was a ticket gone. And so he was going to choose somebody of a lesser power or a lesser following or influence, so that now they say the whole thing cannot work.
For how long had you been engaging with President William Ruto before the 23rd of January 2022?
We would talk once in a while on various issues, but not very often on matters politics, because I was running my campaign. He was running his campaign. But closer to the earthquake, we engaged a little more.
All right, we will continue with that, but there are things that have been said here, and I want us to still make sense of it. I don't know if, Alex, you have heard that when they went to Mombasa, one of the names that Raila was asked if it was not himself, the other name he was asked, he said it was Oparanya. What do you make of such a move by Raila Odinga?
You see, Raila is a master of politics.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, I think my friend is here. Her name is Happiness. I don't know if she's behind the curtains.
Anaingia akitoka, but let's go on. Link no yo.
Yeah, so Raila is a master of politics.
Mm-hmm.
He looked and he saw that there was a deal that already had been done because I did call the Raila group, because that meeting that happened in Dallas, where George Soros was there, I went to that meeting. That time we did not have South Candidate talk. We used to have Mutembei. So I went there and I realized George Soros was supporting Ruto, not only financially, but strategically. And he had convinced the government of Biden to support Ruto because they had branded Raila as a Marxist. So what we did was to tell Raila that hii kitu umenyanganywa mapema. Yeah. So Raila did not listen to us because of Makau Mutua. Makau Mutua was too close to Raila, and Raila did not listen to us. Had Raila listened to us, the issues of Bomas would not have happened. We were
because
the
when you
underdogs.
listen to that analyst is saying when they went to Mombasa, I think there was some change of heart. Raila Odinga walks in with the former governor, and when he is asked, if it is not you, Raila Odinga, who will be the presidential candidate, who would you propose? And he didn't mention Akina Kalonzo, he mentions Oparanya, and I think that one really hurt some old guys. What do you make of such a statement from Raila Odinga with such an expose?
Oparanya was well closed and well conversant with Raila. At that particular time, Mudavadi had started working with Ruto. But remember when Mudavadi's mothers died, Raila went there, and also Uhuru went there, and they gave him condolences. And remember, they were very good condolences. They tried to coerce him into Kenya One, our alliance, but he had already been sucked into that alliance because of what? Because of Soros. So he had already been swallowed because of Owalo. Owalo, you know, remember Owalo used to be the main man for Raila for many years. So he knew Raila in and out. So Ruto fixed Raila by taking his main guys, Wakina Jakakimba, Wakina Owalo, and now lastly he took Mudavadi. So there was no way, he had already been swallowed. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, because ladies and gentlemen, what we are listening to this expose is interesting. That months before even Oka came into be, because Oka came into be when we had several by-elections, the Matungu by-election, the, of course, Machako Senator by-election. We had like 3 by-elections that needed ANC to win, needed Fort Kenya to win, and of course needed Wiper to win. Now, I don't know what factor one Gideon Moy was playing in all this, because by the end of the day, he didn't have someone who was seeking a by-election. So when Oka was formed, it became a team that would inform so many things days later. Of course, Karua equally joined in, but before Karua joined Oka, you remember there was a meeting between Karua, jamaa anaitwa Kiunjuri, the MP, like Kipia East, I think, or West, somewhere out there, and of course Moses Kuria. The 3 guys, the lady and the 2 guys, that is Moses Kuria and Kionjori and Martha Karua, began forming like. So them became, sorry, allow me to mute Alex Kidogo. They equally came in and teamed up with Oka. So Matakarua brought in another twist in Oka. But all this time, as all that was happening, Musalia was doing something else behind the curtains. That is politics for you. Politics 101. Because you can imagine, you are busy building Oka, you're busy building another team, Azimio team huku nje, lakini huku chini ya maji msi ashaenda hadi kwa political parties, ameregister jina, ameibook vizuri well in advance, ready, waiting for that that grand moment. That was 23rd of January, to have what he termed as the earthquake moment. So that's what we are looking at, ladies and gentlemen, here at Africa 24. Of course, revisiting the newspapers, because that is what is making the news headlines, and equally it is what you find in your daily nation today. The earthquake 2 years later, what happened? So today what we are looking and listening to are the nitty-gritties, the hidden secrets, the hidden cards that came out, or rather were in play and informed the formation of Kenya Kwanza, and eventually what formed government. When you listen to this, Uhuru comes out as someone who was pushing some things, and maybe some didn't want to agree with it, because Musalia says that he was saying Flani na Flani must be in the cabinet. He was saying Flani must be the presidential candidate. With that element of Uhuru pushing his way, do you think it discouraged Akina Wetangula? Bwana Alex. Alex. All right. So I'll be looking. Alex.
Yeah, you are asking. I could hear you talk, but I couldn't hear the question very correctly.
I'm asking. Musalia says that Uhuru was insistive that Flani must make the cabinet. Flani must be in the cabinet. As much as he was a president who was leaving office, he was still dictating who should make the cabinet, who should make which slot. In fact, he was even dictating who should be the president. Now I'm asking you, could such form of dictatorial form of directing the next government, could it have informed why Wetangula and Musalia were discouraged, and maybe probably decided
No.
as much as
Let
maybe
me
they were.
tell you, I have already told you, and you need to listen carefully. The moment George Soros meant the two, Owalo and Mudavadi, that was a done deal. Money was shipped to bankroll the campaign of William Samoei Ruto. Bill Gates came in, okay, and other tech companies, because they believed in William Samoei Ruto, who has disappointed them seriously. Yeah, so the issue of whatever you are saying is nonsensical. What was important is Eliud Owalo meeting with William Samoei Ruto and George Soros. That's what sealed the presidency of William Samoei Ruto. George Soros is the one who made sure that he had coerced the former Hapak. Alikuwa anaitwaje? She used to be also in the tech industry. The ambassador of Kenya to the US. She used to be in the tech industry. So that is what sealed the presidency of William Samoei Ruto. William Samoei Ruto never won the elections. He stole the elections. You need to know that. Raila won by 73%, overwhelming majority. But now they regret for putting William Samoei Ruto, because they've come to realize that William Samoei Ruto is not a person who can put a country to go on forward. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So, but as much as I would wish to discuss who won, who didn't win, I'm looking at this from the angle of what transpired before the general election, because some of these things are what informs our Kenyan politics, the politics of deceit, the politics of where someone can be behaving as though they are with you, but they are seriously working against you. Because you can imagine 9 months before the election, or rather even before this earthquake moment, Musalia knew, I will be in this type of coalition. I'll be working with this kind of person. This is the person I'll go with. But
yeah, but I've told you that Musalia did not engage himself in this election. He didn't know. Once he came to the US and he met George Soros, that is when he realized that the elections of Kenya are being looked directly by the US. He realized that it was no longer
I agree
the
with that,
Kenyan
but
event.
there is more to it than him meeting the guy you're talking about, because I believe, despite what you're talking about, I'm looking at many other factors, because even what William Ruto won with, we are not sure how eventually the numbers came to be, but I'm looking at what happened, because at one moment we are talking of Azimio, because at one moment Kalonzo was actually equally walking away from Azimio. One time when it was agreed it is Raila Odinga, he still was not okay with it. We had to almost beg him, we had almost to push him. You remember, it took so long for him to agree. The moment the day Azimio was being launched, Kalonzo really took long. Hiyo meeting ilikaa sana, hata it was really done mbio mbio, kwa sababu Kalonzo took time to agree that it is finally Raila Odinga is the person that should be the candidate. And eventually when he agreed, then wakaenda wakasign, and of course kwa sababu ya time vile ilikuwa imeenda, it is only the secretary generals who signed the document, and ikafanywa mbio mbio, and then they went to Jacaranda. I know you remember all that, but it is almost obvious that maybe some of the people who are in the dark innocently, I don't want to defend them, maybe they knew, maybe they didn't, wakina Kalonzo akadhani we are still one team, one Kenya Alliance and it is one Kenya Alliance that tutamatch nayo, tuingie nayo Azimio, only for him kushikwa na butwa, because he attended the ANC NDC, but moments before William Ruto, the president, the DP then arrived, they had to walk away. They had to walk away. So Alex, let me ask, was Kalonzo truly in the dark? Ama he knew but assumed it? When you remember Oka One Kenya Alliance.
You see, we have political pools and we have intelligence pools. The intelligence pools showed them that the most popular candidate, and there was no way to argue, there was no way you could put Kalonzo ahead of Raila. Even in 2027, Kalonzo asidanganye. Yeye wacha atoke mapema if he wants to become a candidate, because Raila will run in 2027 and he's going to be one of the most popular candidates. Ata Johnston Mudhama told you the other day. So he knew, all these people knew that Raila was the most popular candidate among the residents. And if you look at what ODM is doing today, ODM has registered so many members to a point that it is ahead of UDA. You saw the president had to go to church to Teso South because of the meeting that happened in Busia, whereby even Otuoma was heckled because ODM is too strong in those areas. There's nothing the president can do. There is nothing all these people can do. All I can tell you is this. Once we realized that Raila is going to be the president, Kalonzo could do nothing. Kalonzo could bargain from far to be the vice president. But it was too far because Jubilee also bargained. Wakaeka nani? Martha Karua. And it was Baba's idea because walikuwa nataka waweke nani? This lady huyu mwenye wanaitanga hii jina mbaya yenye sitaki kusema huyu. What's a lady? This lady that was supposed to be the vice president. What's her name?
Karua.
No, not Karua, the other one.
Sabina Chege.
Yeah, Sabina Nyege. Wanamuita Nyege. Sijui kwa nini mbona wengine wanamuita hivyo, but me, I don't like that.
Let's go on. Let's not degenerate. Let's go on. We are doing so well. People are appreciating, eh? Sijui kwa unaona comment section. Watu wana
Sabina Chege, was supposed to be the vice president. But somehow, Baba realized she was a traitor. And Uhuru had not seen it. Baba tried to convince Uhuru to see it. Uhuru did not see it until after election. That's when Uhuru came to see that she was a mole. Unaona? So Kalonzo, at that particular time, Kalonzo was hovering between this side and this side, this side and this side. He was supposed to be our presidential candidate actually. Ata Baba wanted him to be the presidential candidate. But he was not stable. He was under the shadow of presidential candidates. And that's how he missed it. Thank you. Yeah.
Now, when you look at all these intrigues, because once I'm more interested na hiyo part walienda Mombasa. We have the president, the sitting president. We have Gideon Moi. We have Kalonzo in the same meeting, and of course, Raila had come in with Jamaa anaitwa Oparanya. And according to what the guy is explaining in this clip, is that the element of Oparanya in this meeting really discouraged them. Oparanya was not a principal. Oparanya, as they called him, was an underdog. This is just a guy who was just a former governor. Ndio tu anamaliza term yake, so they didn't feel as though akona mshiko Kenya nzima. They just saw him as a regional kingpin wa Kakamega, an isolated place. So they didn't feel or see him to be a person who would really marshal the numbers across the country. So the fact that Raila Odinga proposed him instead of himself, if he was not to be the candidate, one, they're saying that rubbed Musalia wrongly. But kuna hii part ingine, what was the role of Gideon Moi in all this? What was his role? Because he was a principal in all this. He was
Gideon Moi's role. Gideon's Moi's role was to make sure that Kalonzo did not go to Ruto's camp, and he did it. He did his role very well, and he succeeded. And he was paid handsomely to pay Kalonzo handsomely to make sure that he doesn't go to Kalonzo's, because Kalonzo was almost, but when you say almost doesn't count. Yeah, so he never went there. So his role was to, let's go to another topic. Hii sasa inanikasirisha because you are just glued into something ambayo haiwezi tusaidia saa hii. Let's look into something that inaweza saidia ODM ama UDA.
But we'll have to continue this one because it's not making the headlines.
No. I will sign out.
you know I am laughing because hey, sorry, I don't laugh like that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you know, I'm laughing because you're protesting, but we have to discuss it. You know why? It's what is making news, is what is even in the newspapers. Other newspapers, it is what is trending. So we because these are newspaper review.
Let's get out of this because this is annoying. Mudavadi had nothing called earthquake. Mudavadi cannot even get nothing. Mudavadi is nonsensical, waffling, amateur. We cannot start talking about Mudavadi after Mudavadi. Who is Mudavadi after all? Hata hii kiti amepewa at prime minister. It doesn't even exist.
Just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. This is the morning show. We are looking at the dailies, and why I'm laughing is because Alex is becoming agitated with what is trending now. Oh man, I need to get a control of myself. But You can imagine unakasirishwa na story ambayo ina trend, you're so angry that you don't even want to discuss it. Hey, but it is what it is. Karibu sana, thank you for joining us. Naona wengi wana comment. Kuna watu wanasema hapa bwana Alex that this is very educative. Kunaona jamaa anajiita Douglas Kibongo anasema Kibongong, I think nimeitamka vizuri. One of the role of Gideon Moi was to provide funds. He equally has said that, by the way, why was Baba still with Macau? Sorry, that actually is not a past tense, it is still a current tense. By the way, why is Baba still with Macau Mutua? What is the role of Macau Mutua in anything? He's not a political guru. He hasn't had any, he has never
you guys do not understand. Macau Mutua is one of the people who get funds for Baba in the US. You see, you see these meetings ambazo munaenda Vihiga, munaenda Busia, munaenda Kakamega, munaenda Kisumu. Munafikiria ni Baba anatoa pesa yake? These meetings are funded by non-governmental organizations that are very powerful. And Macau Mutua is one of the people who knows that these things. Wacheni Macau Mutua maze. Macau Mutua is one of the bankrollers of ODM. Tafadhali achana na yeye. You know, you sent me the video of yesterday of trying to convince me that Junet is not a mall. Junet is a mall. Junet, let him go to the nearest cell and jump. Junet is a mall.
But Raila Odinga him defend jana. Mbona unamuita mall?
You know, Raila knows how to defend things when but the reality is that guy is a mall. Yeah, we cannot allow him in ODM.
What makes you believe he's a mall?
His quietness. And the way Baba used to be very close to him. You know, even the handshake, he knew the details of the handshake more than any other person. He knew the details of Bomas more than any other person. How can he go silent like that all of a sudden?
But even if he was to speak, atasema nini bro? Alijaribu as he could campaign. Alijaribu as he could to do what anyone could do humanly possible to have Raila Odinga be the president, but it didn't happen. So what else, really? What else can Junet do?
Well, wacha enda akae na Wasomalia wao huko mbali. Najua saa hii we are trying to rebuild a party.
I really want to control myself.
Jex, wacha nikwambie. Jex, wacha nikwambie kitu kimoja. We are trying to rebuild a party that almost died because Ruto took over. Almost doesn't count. Now that we are rebuilding a party, we don't want people who are going to make us go back whereby tuanze kupigana tena. People like Eric Omondi, those are actors. We want people like Robert Alai who can become an MP for Langata next time. Atoe Jalango huko. Somebody like Alai. Alai can get out Jalango just like in the morning. We don't want players like Eric Omondi. We don't want comedians. We are rebuilding a party. I'm running for Kitutu Masaba seat in ODM in 2027, and I'm going to be in the Agas house. Jex, you're going to see that. I'm going to be the Agas house in 2027. Right now, we don't want jokers. And that's why I'm saying that if we are going to get jokers, I'm going to get out of ODM and I will get to UDA, and I'm going to be a serious member of UDA. If ODM is not going to get serious and get his house in order, but which is doing right now, umeona leo tulikuwa Lamu. You've seen what we did there. We are not going to joke anymore. We want to rebuild a party that can bring this country back into sanity. Yes.
Now, when you talk about bringing this back into sanity, what are some of the things you learned in 2022 that we ought not to repeat, either as Kenya Kwanza, either as Azimio or ODM? What are some of those? Because what we are looking at are some of the details that happened. You see, like this is someone who was working but with everyone else, but kumbe alikuwa na work against everyone else. That is Musalia. What can Azimio or ODM do now, especially now, that would really help inform what happens in 2027? What are some of the lessons we should learn from 2022?
And that is what exactly we are doing. We are meeting the people directly, and the people are speaking. We are not speaking anymore. The people are speaking. You saw how the people spoke in Busia. They refused and rejected Otuoma until Otuoma had to go and meet Mudavadi, and then later on he decided now he's going to work with Kenya Kwanza. Otuoma is going to be a one-term governor. He's not going anywhere. Yeah, Kwisha. So we are engaging with the people, and we are listening to the people.
You asked me there's a question you guys asked me when we started the show, whether ANC has a governor. Yes, it does. The Lamu governor is from ANC and actually is currently the chairman of ANC. That is Isa Timami. He is ANC.
Wachana huyo ni jamaa ambaye amelewa. That is not a governor.
When you ask me a question, I answer. You still want to say
yesterday, you see how these own people lamented. Hakuna madawa hospitali, hakuna kitu chochote. That guy, I don't even know how he became a governor. You know, he became a governor the first time, he lost, and then now he became one. We cannot start saying that ANC is a governor. Which governor? That guy is drunk with power. He doesn't even know how to provide service to his own people. Hakuna madawa hospitalini. Hakuna maji. Yesterday, Baba had to launch a water project in Lamu. Na hapo ni baharini. So don't tell me about the Lamu governor.
But he is the Lamu governor as...
He is not a governor.
As you know it, he is the governor. He receives salary as a governor for Lamu under ANC.
The fact that you receive a salary does not mean you are a governor.
And that's one moment. ANC has, I think, let me get the list right. I told you I had prepared. It has seven members of parliament, I think. It has 3 senators. It has 1 governor. It has 244 MCAs. So it's not like a small party.
244 MCAs wanatoka wapi hao?
Don't dismiss ANC, bwana. Msidismiss ANC.
Wote ni ODM, bwana. Hao wote waliingia ODM.
There's nothing like ODM. Those guys are... Those guys are in...
No. Wanatoka wapi? Niambie wanatoka wapi?
So, you want me to look at every person? I've told you the number of MPs, 7. Number of governors, 1. Number of MCAs, 2 what? Let me get the figures again. But yeah.
You said the number of MPs is 7. Yes. Which ones are those? Tell me.
Really, akina Nabulindo si ni wajamaa wako majimbo Kalasinga. There's this other,
the other day they were in ODM meetings.
Omboko Malemba.
They were in ODM meetings the other day.
I don't know, but they are MPs now elected under ANC. Kelvin Lulani, Beatrice Adagala, Fred Ikana, Charles Gimose, MP for Vihiga,
Yes, you are a joker, man. Tuenda topic ingine,
I'm
tuache
not
hiyo
a
topic.
joker.
Tuenda topic ingine.
You guys asked me, I'm answering you. Ernest Kangesi, he's an MP from Vihiga. Omboko Milemba, I've said, an MP from Vihiga. Mululu Injendi, an MP from Vihiga, still under ANC. Fred Ikana, Kakamega County, still from ANC. Charles Gimose, I think I've said. And Kamis Kasim Tandaza, an MP from Kwale, from ANC. So yeah, ANC has MPs, ANC has members of county assembly, ANC has governors. Yes. So I
Not
think I've
governors.
answered
One governor,
governor.
not governors. Why are you saying governor?
Governor without an S. I think
Tuende
I've
topic
answered
ingine.
the
Wewe unanikasirisha sasa. Tuende topic ingine.
I
I don't see. ANC is the ancestral baffling.
All right. So that tukunywe tu maji kama mimi. Wacha tusikize hii clip kidogo, then I bring the next newspaper. Is it okay?
Weka hiyo clip ya Otumu, the guy from Tanzania.
No, wacha tumalizie hii call.
Na usiweke clip ya Okome tafadhali. No, usiweke clip ya Okome.
All right.
Hapana, usiweke clip ya Okome hapa.
Myself,
We're
I
not
got to
talking
know.
about Kome. We are continuing with this one. Then I'm
Wacha
bringing
kuweka
in the
huyu jamaa
standard. We are,
bwana. Unajua mimi nitatoka hii show. Wakina Ichungwa sio watu mimi ndasikiliza. I want to have a good show.
Hata hasira. Uzuri ya debate ni moja. Leo tutakuwa na kitu ya kubambi, kesho tutakuwa na kitu na kubamba, right? So let's be tolerant kwa every kind of debate. That's what makes a
Sasa
good panel.
Ichungwa, who is Ichungwa?
All right, allow me to do this. Allow us to watch this, then I'll come back with the next newspaper, all right?
Months before, and before the earthquake, and at the time there was speculation. In 2021, there was actually nothing. But towards the end of 2021, that discussion began quietly, for obvious reasons.
You remember I went to the wedding of his family wedding? So it was an open moment, a moment when you're celebrating family. And I got an invite. And I said, this is, in spite of our political differences, celebrating family is important. I went to the wedding. I know it rattled so many people. Some were shocked. But that is maturity. That is the sense of nationalism that we should be able to bring to our country, and even for the new generations.
The working between Musalia and Ruto did not begin like just the week two, the earthquake. You remember way back, you saw Barack Muluka leaving and Owalo leaving and joining. Yes. The president, the deputy president at that time was reaching out. He had already reached out to us, he had already reached out to Musalia, but at that time, our resolve was to run for president. They had already, a group bolted, went, and they became also now a soft spot whereby if you needed to move, it was easy to move. So the pathway had already been created.
We talked about what we think, where the country is going. And I told him that as much as we may have different political situations, I think it's also important that as Kenyans we can engage, and we should engage. We had some of the MPs who already knew something had happened. And his deputy, Ayub Savula, was the first one to alert us and to walk out. He was not the only ANC member of parliament who left Musalia. We had Navulindo of Matungu. We had the Butere MP Tindimwale. We had all these other MPs moving out, including Bishop Hamala. They came to DAP. We had started our new party, and they felt that they were not in support of William Ruto's presidency, and they were more aligned to DAP and to Raila's candidature. So it wasn't a surprise to us.
How early was this?
Quite early, because at some point you could notice some double speak from them. They were with us in BBI, they were not with us at some point. Then eventually they moved.
You're watching NTV Tonight. Inside Musalia's earthquake continues on the other side of the break. Don't go too far.
Lakini mbona hii story ya Musalia umeikatalia hivi? Uko mute. You are on mute.
Sorry. Si mimi na umefungua mara mbili.
Nimefungua mara mbili. Nichape moja out. Nichape hiyo ingine out. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, sana kusikia. Hii story ya Mudavadi mbona
Unanisikia lakini
let's go to another story, man. Wachana maneno ya Mudavadi. There was no earthquake. The guys took advantage of Soros, and we know that. Let's go to another story.
I want you to mute YouTube. Unanisikia? Ninajisikia mara mbili. I think either ni YouTube or kuna mahali umefungua mic.
Okay, wacha ni sign out.
All right, sign out. All right. All right, so we'll be looking at another story now that we, but I'll, for the sake of you, my viewers, I'll definitely malizia hiyo story ya Musalia and of course jamaa anaitwa Mudavadi yeye na this other guy Weta himself. All right, so let's continue kidogo. Now I want us to look at another issue, but it will still not really bambayu, but it will still be what is making headlines. What do you make of the fight ambao tuliguzia kidogo jana usiku, lakini nataka tuendeleze because I promised wananchi we will look at it. The fight in Mount Kenya. Why is Gachagua not the favorite anymore? We have the guys, people are fronting Dende Nyoro. The president equally yesterday had to make a sentiment about it. Why is that conversation happening now? It's too early, I agree. I don't know why we want to replace Rigiji now. We know we cannot do that until we have an election, and it is the choice of the president or a running someone who is vying for a seat to choose the candidate of his choosing, not what has been proposed to him. So what do you make of the fight in Mount Kenya, the battle for supremacy? Alex?
Let me say this. Gachagua is very incompetent. He's unfit, he's incapable, he's unable. In terms of experience, he's unskilled, he's unprepared. And let me tell you what Ndindi Nyoro is very efficient as an MP. And you know, he never went for a big seat. He went for a small seat whereby he's very apt, he's qualified, he's dexterous, he's competent, he's talented, he's effectual. Unaelewa? Alafu unapata Gachagua ako awkward, clueless, inept and malodorous. Yani ako nyingine hata there's a time even the president had to tell him how to use spoons, spoon manners. You remember that time? So the guy is just the guy is just clumsy. So let's say this. Let's say the guy is futile. You know, he's fruitless. He's vain. He's unprofitable to Ruto at right now. And as the mountain is shifting towards ODM, and you can see that, nobody should lie to you. The mountain is shifting towards Raila Amolo Odinga. The only person who can help the mountain not shift towards that is not Gachagua. It will be Ndindi Nyoro. But even though it is too late, nothing they can do. You know?
Someone yesterday said something, for sure. Someone said that this equally could be William's Ruto. It could be his hand, creating a sense of diversion, divertory tactics, and equally making Gachagua be busy fighting his fellow mates. Hence, he will not cause any challenge to his presidency. You know, like how he caused a challenge to Uhuru's presidency. What do you make of such a theory that it could be William Ruto as well causing the same challenge, so that Gachagua does not rise up to be any formidable force in the future that might challenge him in any way? Alex, umefreeze, are you there? Sorry, I'm taking some hot water. Okay, Alex seems to have frozen himself, but I want you to listen into some sentiments from Gachagua. Gachagua, one of the things he said yesterday was hataki mtu anamchallenge, hataki watu wenye wanaleta changamoto ya kudivide the mountain. So here is what Rigiji said yesterday, in as much as the battle between him and Nyoro is concerned.
Your Excellency, tulikuunga mkono 100%. Kweli ama uongo? And we are united as a region behind our president. And that is the way it shall be. Sisi unajua rais, watu ya hapa ni watu ya ukweli. When we like something, we like. When we don't like, we say we don't like. When we agree on the way forward, we do what we have done. Sisi tulikuahidi tutakuunga mkono in your entire term ya 10 years as president of Kenya. But we want to support you united as a region. Kwa sababu hivi ndivyo sisi tunapiganga kura zetu. Na mimi nataka niseme nikiwa hapa Gilgil, I want us to be very, very careful, because we want a united people so that we can have a united country. Hatutaki mtu yeyote ambaye anaweza kugawanya watu kwa misingi ya kikaunti. When President Uhuru Kenyatta was having negative politics, akiwa pale Mululu, akiwa mazishi ya mama ya Musalia Mudavadi, alikuwa ameleta siasa ya kugawanya wa Kenya, ya kusema ya kwamba huwezi chagua kabila mbili all the time. Na hiyo siasa wa Kenya wakakataa, wakakuchagua kama rais. On the same page, tunataka kusema katika hii region yetu ya Mount Kenya, we don't want anybody kujaribu kugawanya watu wetu along county lines. Hata hii ni watu ya Murang'a, hii ni watu ya Nyeri, hii ni watu ya Kiambu. That is retrogressive politics, which na mkutano na Chief Justice kuongea masadi Kenya. Na tunashangaa wale wanajifanya ndio advocates ya kupigana na upisadi. They have a problem when you meet the judiciary to discuss corruption. Na hawa siku walitaka kukutana na wewe, ulikutana na hawa waongee mambo yao. Kwa nini wako na shida ukikutana na Chief Justice kuongea mambo ya ufisadi, na siku walitaka wewe ulikutana na hawa? Wewe ni rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. watu ya judiciary wako chini yako, huyo mzee wa kitendawili ako chini yako, wahubiri wako chini yako, wale waganga wako chini yako, wale watu wezi wako chini yako. Wewe ni rais ya kila mtu. Sasa kila mtu rais akiomba kukutana na wewe, wewe fungua milango. Hawa raia ya kawaida, rais wafungulie mlango. Talk to everybody because you are the father of our nation. And what you have done is a thing. Na rais, mimi nakubaliana na Kimani Ichung'wah. Hata kama ulikutana na Chief Justice, mkaongea mambo ya corruption, had you sought my opinion, ningekuuliza tu kwa heshima kwa hiyo topic, pia mungeweka state capture mjadiliane juu yake, because state capture is more corrosive than even corruption. Kwa hivyo pale mbele, I would like to request your excellency, huyo mama Chief Justice
Gachagua has asked Mount Kenya leaders to unite, shun divisive politics, and promote greater participation of the youth in productive socio-economic activities. Speaking at Kiambu Golf Club on Saturday night during a Thanksgiving ceremony for golf champion Michael Karanga, DP Gachagua said there was a political scheme to
Gachagua is preaching unity in the Mount Kenya region amid calls to have him replaced by Kiharu Member of Parliament Denenyoro in the 2027 politics, urging leaders to focus on development and socio-economic growth of the people, alleging a political scheme to divide the region.
Hivi tunaendelea, watu hii wanaelewa ni nini? And nobody can divide this region. Nobody. And anybody who seeks to divide this region is an enemy of this community. Because our strength is in our unity and our relevance in the national political discourse is informed by our unity of purpose. My people of this region, let's stay united and focused. I mean, whoever has any scheme to divide this region should know that the people of this region are very intelligent people.
Gachagua, during the Thanksgiving ceremony, got the backing from a section of elected leaders who had accompanied him, declaring immense support for a strong community.
This region is united behind President William Ruto. Hatutaki mambo mingi.
Kenya tuko kitu moja. Msiseme ati sijui Murang'a ifanye nini, sijui wapi ifanye nini, ati sijui Murang'a round hii sijui nini. Sisi tunasema Murang'a, they had their presidential candidate in 2013. Peter Kenneth. Walimchagua. 2017, 2022 walikuwa na Mwangi wao Iria. Walimuunga mkono. Round hii sisi tunakusupport na wewe, you are our de facto leader.
That we have gone a very thick route to be where we are. Third united, let us respect the leader that is at the topmost, and let us give him peace.
We have to rally behind one Ligadi Gachagua. The other, they're trying to dis Kenya. Fellow Kikuyu, please. United, we win.
There has seemingly been a split in the mountain, with the section of Mount Kenya leaders urging President William Ruto to drop Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua in the 2027 general and instead pick Kiharu Member of Parliament Denenyoro. He's running allegations that the Kenya Kwanza administration stands a chance to be final term with a change. A section of is majority drawn from the Murang'a
County. Not want to see who has been talking about the disrespect that the Honorable Kenyatta had. Well, he's actually worse. He thinks that some of us are trash. So we are saying this is not the type of person that you can entrust to lead the nation.
Nyoro has not mentioned his stance on the same. Grace Ganga, KTN News, Nairobi.
All right. What do you make of all the because yani, as much as we have had two communities, as one Uhuru Kenyatta one time said, now we are talking of sasa, it's not just two communities, kuna regions sasa. Murang'a wants to have a president, Kirinyaga wants to have a president, Nyeri would want to have okay, Nyeri has had a president, Kiambu has had a president. So kuna mahali taifika tuanze sasa kusema county fulani ndio inataka president. It's not it's not even a community now, a county. What do you make of such?
You are not going to push me into Kenya Kwanza politics. Hiyo wachia revolutionary ataongea hiyo ujinga. Mimi you cannot push me between Didi Nyoro and all these people are the same.
What do you want us to discuss? Now I'll give you the liberty. Give me a topic. We'll discuss it.
Yeah, because you are pushing me to discuss issues of Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza sasa uanze kuniambia Ndindi Nyoro, nianze kuongea Ndindi Nyoro na Gachagua. They are the same. They are the same. I mean, there's nothing. There is no one who is better. Given an opportunity, these people cannot save their people. These are Nina comps. They cannot save their people. These are leaders that are clueless, clumsy, that are been put there by Ruto, so that you know the mountain used to have leaders. Ukiangalia hata Karume, hata kama hakusoma, he was a leader. Ukiangalia the former minister for transportation mwenye that put the transportation ministry into alikuwa Michuki, he was a leader. You could see the mountain having leaders. Hata kama we used to have, problems with them, you could look at their leadership, you could agree this is leadership. Sasa Ndindi Nyoro na Gachagua, is that what you want me to talk about? These are nonsensical waffles.
Now let me be very kind and very fair. I have never done this in any of my shows. I give the panelist an opportunity to give me a topic he wants us to discuss. I've never done. Imagine, I've never done this. I always
let's discuss the issue of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga and how he became. He never had any position in a country, but he was preeminent, and he died a hero. 30 years later, we are remembering him as a man who preoccupied. Is a Donyan. The word Donyan is not really given to anybody easily. We cannot say Sasa Jex is a Donyan of
but anyway, tuendelee.
Somehow you can try to relate to it, but you can't take it. Let's talk about the speeches of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. What happened that day? I want you to put the Otun, the guy from Tanzania, the Uganda guy who spoke about the Pan-Africanists of Kenya during the independence. Gio Pando Tindo, he talked about and the guy that was assassinated. What was his name? The Kikuyu guy that was assassinated.
JM Karaoke.
Yeah, JM Karaoke. He spoke about he spoke about people who Kenya during Tomboya, a labor union, not like this. Who jamaa tumbo kubwa sahi is eating, is not even at a teiwa. What Atwoli has done is just he has betrayed the labor union. Labor unions are the ones that are known to fight. Times like this, when we have problems in Kenya, it is the labor unions that should be fighting. Not Atwoli eating and sitting down with Ruto and allowing him to meet with who? With labor unions should be the one on the rooftop fighting. Sasa wewe weka hizo clips and those speeches, and then we will be able to discuss from there.
So what do you want me to begin with? There are so many things that happened during the
Weka ya Orengo,
Nairobi.
weka speech ya Orengo kwanza.
Okay, sawa sawa. Of Jaramogi, you called him so?
Yeah. I sent you all those clips yesterday.
I do have them, but you see on WhatsApp, I have to have them in another form. All right.
So
I
which
think
ones
I
do you have?
have
Which clips
this
do you
one.
have on the? Which clips do you
I
have
have
that you
all the
can?
I have all of them. I'm just getting the best format, the best resolution to play, which I have. So let's listen into you. I've asked we listen to Orengo. Here is Orengo, Jimmy Agri Orengo.
The Aga Khan Hospital. I had come on a mission where Jaramogi had instructed me to write a letter to Mandela, which he wanted to be delivered. And he wanted a meeting between him and Nelson Mandela before Mandela became the president of South Africa. Jaramogi left us in January 1994, and Mandela became president in May 1994. So it is a day I never really want sometimes to think about, because I think history today would have been different. But I'm grateful to Olaro Tunu, because the things that you said about Jaramogi, I would not want to repeat them, but because Jaramogi left us with a legacy of struggle. And I think those virtues of Jaramogi are important for us today. The virtue of wisdom, the virtue of justice, and the virtue of courage. And more importantly, when you're talking about courage, is not sheer bravery. It's more than that. And for Jaramogi, it also meant the commitment to the truth. So I would feel happy if I could say in a few words what Jaramogi desired of us, those that he left behind. And I just want to read from his own book. And by the way, if you read Not Yet Uhuru, I want you to read the introduction by Jaramogi, read the preface by Kwame Nkrumah, and what I call a preamble and a dedication. These three parts of Jaramogi's book are very important, thinking about the struggle today. And this is what Jaramogi said in this seminal book about the time. And I quote, when the political temperature, I may paraphrase in order to shorten, when the political temperature was highest, the youth and the women were the greatest single force of our struggle and its nerve center. The women created the political consciousness, and I'm grateful what John Mbogo is saying. The women created the political consciousness which sent the people to the polls. And it is they who voted to sweep our first independence government to power. The youth and women galvanized the people on whose support we rode to victory. They were never afraid of bullets, tear gas, or jail. And then in his dedication in this book, What does he say? And I quote, "I dedicate this book, the story of my life and political struggle, to the youth of Kenya, my country, as the spirit of the youth carried us through our hardest days in the fight for independence. So on the youth, the youth will shape our new country, Kenya." So looking at the struggle from 1994, without the youth, I think we would not have been where we are today. Without the women, I don't think we would be where we are today. And I want to repeat that it is true that when there were meetings about the leadership of Ford, Jaramogi's preferred candidate was Wangari Maathai. And you remember, to the end, in the elections that came, Wangari Maathai still advocated for Jaramogi to become the third president of the Republic of Kenya. Now, when you talk about courage, I have never seen somebody of that age so courageous. I remember an incident that when we went to Garissa for a political meeting, and we carried all the political heavyweights to Garissa, including Martin Shikuku, Kimani Wanyoike, Dennis Akumu, Buya, and at the airport in Garissa, the military said we could not go and hold a political meeting in Garissa. And when one of the people in Garissa offered a combi which found its way into the military, into the airport, some of us, whom I shall not mention, refused to enter that pickup. But Martin Shikuku was always very loud, sat at the back of the, of the combi. And Jaramogi, of all the people who sat on the front, and he ordered the driver to drive through the gate and the barrier that the military had put there. And we managed to pass through and get to Garissa town and held a meeting. And I remember Abuya crying that, "Oh, I've been hit by a stone. Damu inatoka kwa mkono yangu." And Jaramogi said, unataka itoke maji. And we ended up having a very successful meeting on that day. The second thing, if you read the book between what Nkrumah says and what Jaramogi says, is that on issues of principles, we should be steadfast. We should steadfast. And he cries in that book that the independence government was taken over by people who did not believe in the struggle. And today in Kenya, and I'm sorry, my friend Korea is here, and you're my very good friend. If you look at Kenya today, part of the problem that we have today is that those who are in power were never part of the struggle. And in this, we face a lot of challenges. And we must rededicate the struggle in Kenya to make sure that the progressive movement attains what Jaramogi desired of us, and is never too late. And I thank Raila Amolo Odinga being steadfast in keeping this flame of freedom burning all the time. And I know it can be done. The other thing that I remember about Jaramogi, and this is the last point, I think we are tired and late. There's a time when, through Job Omino, he had organized for a meeting in London between him and Tiny Roland to ask for funds for the campaign. And Tiny Roland used to run a hotel in London with Mohammed Gaddafi. As soon as we got to that hotel, Jaramogi, instead of just asking for a contribution, he went straight and told Tiny Roland that you people have exploited Africa and you have nothing to show. And the worst is that Mozambique, Rhodesia, what is Zimbabwe now, and Zambia could have become independent countries if Londro East Africa had not engaged with reactionary forces, particularly in Mozambique. Now, when Tiny Roland walked out, and I was trying to whisper to him, Jaduong, Koroki wacha motango yudi pasa nenad. To owacha na tokot tamre okowe nyakwanyi said here. So when Tiny Roland came back, he told him, I know you are Moi's friend. I will not stop you from giving him a contribution. But you must also give us a contribution because you know we are the ones who stand for the truth. And a testimony to that, when Jaramogi died, Tiny Roland was there, to say bye-bye to Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. So this is a life that is very difficult to replicate, but I think the legacy lives.
All right, I think there is where he concluded his speech. And equally, see, we are joined by a good friend of mine, Bwana Eli. I know he's in courtesy of what we are talking about just now. Eli, good morning, good evening, whatever time it is, I don't know, but how are you?
I'm good, Jake and Alex. Yeah.
Yes. I'm sure
Eli, I've
something
missed you,
intrigued
man.
you.
Where have you been, man? I've missed you, man. You're a good debater, man. I've been here saa ingine na debate the revolutionary hapa, saa ingine nakasirika bure. I'm glad you're here today.
Yes. I pick certain.
He has been coming when umekuwa ukipotea. Eli has been coming hata juzi akiwa mgonjwa, he was here.
Hata mimi nilikuwa na ile COVID.
Yeah, what happened is Alex yeye huwa anakuja past hours. Yes. Yeah, Alex kuja past hours. Yeah, kiasi a week ago too.
No, it was 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, 3 weeks ago.
Pole mzee, pole. Si unaona hata mimi uso yangu bado inaonekana naonekana mgonjwa, but we have to support.
Nilikuwa na juzi kama ni kama karibu wakulaze nini 6 feet under.
Yeah, niko sawa tu. Mungu yuko. Mungu anachunga watoto wake bwana.
Pole.
Yes, Eli, go
Sasa
ahead.
nimeona mkichapana hapo about Mudavadi, and I'm glad Alex told you off, because me, I have no time for such debate.
No, Alex, I just chose to grant his wishes, but I'll still continue because that's, Alex knows one of my characters. Niki create a topic, I stick with it. Atulete nini, because that's what makes me Jakes. I stick to what I stick to it until the end of the show. But anyway, Leo, I've given him the opportunity.
Yes, I wanted to contribute on two things, because this comes up every now and again, and I am not a tribalist or any person who tries to kind of bastardize, the unity of people. I just try to state things the way they are, and if it's taken in the wrong context, then someone might think that it's a tribal statement. I understand why all these years after the so-called independence, we still think it is relevant to, to put the Kikuyu and the Kalenjin community above the rest of Kenyans, because these two communities, it's not even them, it's their political elite. They feel that there is a sense of entitlement. On the side of the Kalenjin, sometimes I can understand, because this community believed that they were a small community back in the 1960s. They've always fought for. They've always fought for, like, they've always. I can hear someone talking Ekegusi.
Yeah. Ni Alex ameamua kwenda kikwao, but go ahead.
Yeah. So I was saying that the Kalenjin community, they've always wanted the Majimbo route. I mean, you remember Daniel Arap Moi back in the 1960s and all that. And his political party, which wasn't KANU then. But when you look at the state of affairs now in Kenya, and you wonder why the political elite of these two communities believe that the Kenyan economy, the engine that runs Kenya, cannot be anything but them, in terms of, even when the political elites of the two communities keep talking about the next election, every 5 years, they've installed themselves. They even say that this gentleman who is presiding over Kenya now, after 10 years, which basically they mean that in the next election, it is again theirs. So, the language they talk is a language of entitlement. And this is going to further divide the Kenyan people, because it's not necessary. So when you hear these things about Ndindi Njoro and Rigathi Gachagua, what they're telling you, me, you, and the rest of Kenyans, is that after William Ruto finishes his entitled 10 years, the Rigathi Njoro mix will come in another 10 years. Then after that, there will be another Kalenjin leader after Rigathi Gachagua for another 10 years. And then after that, we will have a Kikuyu leader for another 10 years. Why don't we separate the country in terms of political and economic power, so we have strong federal system, Because this is something that Kenyans are afraid to speak about, the fact that the negotiations of power is only between the two communities. And then you find the other ones who tag along, like your Mudavadi there, thinking that he's so important, that he's representing his community and so on and so forth. The problem of what I'm trying to say is this, right? When you look at public service jobs, okay, the communities, the way communities are, let me just put my picture so you can see. You can see how pissed off I am. The communities that are represented in jobs mostly, and you've seen the data that has just come out even yesterday, is the Kikuyu and Kalenjin communities. You don't hear of Turkana or things like that. Someone argued recently that another way you can look at the entitlement is the 1 shilling, 1 vote hypothesis of the Kikuyu political elite. And that person went on and argued that in the way, say, for example, oil was struck in Turkana, that 2012, 2013, people were hyper about, this new wealth of Kenya, which didn't really happen. But you know that people from the big so-called big tribes landed in the Turkana region to start buying land. Okay. In fact, your speaker, Moses Wetangula, there was a story about him and land purchased in that region. People were running there. But the people mostly who were going to benefit from such purchases were the usual suspects, the Kikuyu and Kalenjin elite. When they found that there was no oil, there is no commercial oil compared to the one in Uganda, there's nothing else they could do. What I'm trying to say is this. When you hear people talk about the system, who is the system? In Kenyan politics, if you look at the profile of the community political elites, those come from those two communities. And it is a big problem, which I think must be, solved to the final conclusion, because you can't have a situation where someone comes on a public podium and says openly, even within the framework of democracy, that after Ruto's 10 years, and then after Rigazi's 10 years, and then Siji after who, these two communities. No. It is very, very dangerous. Okay? So that was my first point. Okay? The next thing I wanted to talk about is just to hear comments recently at the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Memorial. When you see someone like Gitu Kaingeri, the guy who is just over 100 years old, and he's
the
still there.
the Momo leader.
Yes. He reminds me of Bildad Kagia. Those are people who don't care which tribe you come from. They don't care. In fact, such people don't even believe in this so-called Council of Elders. They believe in the unit called Kenya. And so you think about the memorial of Jaramogi and his selfless approach. Orengo was saying there, if you didn't understand in Jack's, where he mentioned Tiny Rowland, and there was a thing there he said in Doluo, that Tiny Rowland, Jaramogi condemned the activities of Tiny Rowland's laundry company, which was allied to the Moi family, and Makto and all those. In fact, Makto was one of the directors.
He was the chairman of London East Africa. He was the chairman for a very long time. That's why he could not even be in the he couldn't even be in the cabinet.
True. Yeah, Makto was a powerful figure, both in terms of the economy of Kenya, who comes in, who invests, who has space in loading of aircraft, transportation of things, imported, exported. I mean, he was all over the place. But Tiny Rowland, Orengo's comment there was in the law that he condemned Tiny Rowland and his company straight in the face. And then Orengo asked Jaramogi, why do you do this? We are not going to get this money that we are asking for. Then Jaramogi told Orengo, if the man doesn't want to give the money, he can keep it. I hope I'm right there, Alex, because you
are right. That's what he said. Iwacho kamano, iwacho gimano wacho. Yeah.
Yes. Ero kamano. So, such histories, you don't get leaders like this anymore. There are no colorful leaders who really mean what they say, like Jaramogi. I mean, Jaramogi wasn't perfect. He wasn't perfect, but in essence, you don't get people like that today across the board from different communities. They are very, very rare. And if they come out in the open, like Okia or Mtata, people will say that he's actually being funded, he's a propagandist, someone is behind his court cases and things like that. This is a big problem that we have, you know. My last point is the youth. You know, even during Kibaki's time, Kibaki was appointing some elderly people in his government.
You are speaking very low. Can you speak a little bit louder?
Yes, this is what I'm saying. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now
yes, we can hear you now.
I was saying that during Moi's time, Kibaki's time, there were a lot of public complaints about the age or the age set of people who were running the country, elderly people. So there was a public outcry for youthful leaders, including let us go and vote for young leaders. And these might change things. Unfortunately, this hasn't happened. In fact, this has been the worst parliament. I think someone made a comment there. I was listening yesterday. It's a very, very bad National Assembly led by crooks, and the youth who are supposed to be yeah, they're supposed to be changing things, but they're crooks themselves, honestly. So my question is, like, I'm always trying to ask myself in this debate, what's the way forward for this particular item that we are discussing? You know, what is there? What is there to do? For example, you know, that can change things. I've had this man, Kenya Rebel or Kenya Revolutionary, coming and saying, you know, he extols the parliament at a very high level, and sometimes I laugh because I think he does not understand what he's talking about, but he's not here now. It's just unfair to attack him when he's not here. But the next time I see him, I will take him head on, because it's high time. It's high time. In fact, I think you should never give him more than 2 minutes, because the more he talks, he contradicts himself so much. I don't know if he goes and reads some things on Google and then he comes back very confused, you know. So in effect, what I am trying to say is that, you know, these live broadcasts that you're doing is one of the most formidable things that can happen for the Kenyan public to enrich itself in terms of conversations about politics and the economy. And I'm sure that those political leaders, they watch these programs. Yeah, if they don't, there must be something wrong with them. But we must look for solutions. Going around in circles about entitlement, the way the political elites of the two communities are entitled, those are outdated things. You can't keep saying that, oh, our grandfathers were Mau Mau, so we must be the president. You can't keep saying that. That has to stop. You know, the Kalenjins, you know, when you come out of Kenya, you know, the first thing these Wazungus ask you, oh, so you're from Kenya, can you run? Can you run? Can you run? You know, because they think we are all Kalenjins, you know. But to me, I say that, no, it's not just that Kenyans can run. Those who can run can run. Kenyans have good brains, you know. They're fast moving. They know what they want. They're a bit confused about democracy. But the profile of Kenyans out here at the moment, especially the country in its the state of the country, in terms of people coming to invest at the moment, is standing at a very, very bad place. It's terrible. You know, even now, the people who used to travel to Kenya as tourists to Mombasa, I even know families that used to go to Kenya. They don't go to Kenya anymore. They decide to go to Asia. You know, they go to the likes of Vietnam, Thailand. If anything, if they want to come to Africa, they will go to South Africa. Those are people who used to go to Kenya every 2 years, something like that. There is something happening which is not welcoming to the everyday, tourist. So a lot needs to be solved. A lot needs to be, dealt with. I mean, without taking too much time, there's something I always note about Kenyan political leaders, which I don't see anywhere else in the world. This is a wastage of time. How many meetings, rallies, do you see every day or every other day, even after the so-called election? And this is in UDA, and the other side is where do these people get this time? Those are the things that need to change. Thank you.
Yes, Bwana Alex, what do you care to respond to what Bwana Nani is raising? Bwana Eli. Eli is raising very interesting
subject. What touched me is when he said about Jaramogi was not a tribal person, especially when he said, when he told the Mzungu man, let him keep his money. I heard when Bob Agriorengo was speaking in Doluo, and the statement was like, let him keep his money, but we deserve our respect. And I think this is where we have gone wrong, whereby now, we put money in front of our respect. And this is where Ruto has put our country into, whereby the British and the Americans are controlling us like a remote control. And we've put their money in front of our respect, especially the Haiti thing. You see, we cannot keep the security of our country, but we can take 1,000 police to Haiti to go keep peace there, where we are not able to keep our own peace in our own country. What a quandary. What a quandary situation that we are in. So I agree with what my friend Eli is saying, is that as a country, you have lost respect. As a country, you have lost the sense of patriotism. Even though Moi was a dictator, there was that sense of patriotism that we had when Moi was a president. And we loved our country. Yesterday, when we were finishing the show, you played two songs. Sisi ni wana Kenya daima. That song used to, my younger sister never knew how to sing that song. She used to say chinchulichana tena paima. She used to sing it that way, but she was so patriotic at a very young age to our country, because Moi had a sense of patriotism, and we loved our country, and that is why we keep on coming here to talk about our country. And Moi made us love our country. Moi never gave our country. He was a dictator, yes, but he never gave our country to Muzungus. He made us own our country, and we felt Kenyan. We drank maziwa ya Nyayo. We were happy as kids during Moi's times. I remember when I went to Lugulu. I schooled shule ilikuwa inaitwa Lugulu Girls. Though it was a girls' school, but Mwangale, who by then was a minister for what? I've forgotten. Mwangale used to be a minister for agriculture or something like that. Although Aringo used to be the minister for education.
I think it was agriculture and then maybe transport, but I think it was
something like that.
Right.
Yeah,
you're right.
So he brought his
Elijah.
kids there. My father used to be a PC. Elijah Mwangale. My father used to be a provincial administrator in Kakamega. So you are one of the few people who went to Lugulu Girls primary schools. And we felt good. We felt patriotic about our country. But this man Ruto has made us not even love our country anymore. Kenyans are not proud of their country anymore. It's just this girl, Faith Kane, who won three or four marathons in a row, that made us feel Kenyan again. But apart from that, Kenyans today, they struggle to relate to being Kenyan and also being being patriotic. And I agree with you that we've lost that. And losing that...
Alex.
Yes, go ahead.
Alex. Sikujua wewe ulikuwa mtoto wa wale wadosi. So you lived in Milimani, in Kakamega?
Alex Dynasty bwana, usimuone hivyo.
Kakamega, I lived in Milimani, Kakamega, but I also lived in Milimani in Kisumu. And I want to tell you something.
Quiet for years.
I want to tell you that I was a neighbor of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. That mzee we used to ride bicycle asubuhi pamoja na yeye kila siku asubuhi. I loved
Alex,
that man.
Why didn't you tell us these things before? Yani, this is important because you are a great source of information. So ati wewe ulikuwa unaishi tu hapo milimani na tujui wewe ni mtoto wa
mtoto wa Sonko,
mkoa wa Magharibi.
Sasa unajua hiyo ilikuwa ni bahati ya baba yangu. Hiyo ilikuwa mimi, ilikuwa ni bahati ya baba yangu. Baba yangu ndiye he made the efforts.
So what happened
but
to
the
you?
Only PC I knew, but the only PC I knew from your neck of the woods, Kisi, was Nyachai for the longest time.
Nyachai is my uncle.
Now it runs in the family. This elites, bwana.
It's my mother's sister.
Hey, Jax, bwana, we should be getting worried here.
You give him small privileges ya kumwachia a decide topic kwa sababu sometimes you might be dealing with serikali na ujui.
No, those species, Jax, those species were very powerful people, let me just say one or two things. Those species were very powerful people, Now, if you look at Uhuru Kenyatta's aide de camp, what do you call the guy? He was Samburu. He was the son of Francis Lekolol, who was also a PC. You might not know. You might know that, Alex. This was Uhuru Kenyatta's military guy, the guy who had the Kenyan Navy uniform, standing behind Uhuru Kenyatta.
I know him.
Yeah. So hao walikuwa wanatoka Samburu. Very rare to find. Huyo alikuwa replaced. Huyo walikuwa maishi hapo Kakamega because we lived in Kakamega for a few years as well. So I remember him very well. Yeah, akajoin Navy. And Lekolola was a very popular person even in Kakamega, even though he was the PC. And those were very, very powerful people.
He was called Timothy Lekolol.
Timothy, yeah. Timothy, I remember Timothy. Yeah.
It was my father's junior that sometimes when they were in Muranga somewhere. I remember him before he became a PC later on.
There was another one called Victor Musoga. He was also from Western, but he served in Central Province. Musoga was just like an ordinary man. You just see him walking about the streets of Nairobi, going for a haircut or whatever. Whichever city he was in, town he was in, he was just a down-to-earth man. His wife taught me in school, in primary. She was one of the strictest teachers you could ever meet, So these people, they're just, they're normal people. They're human beings, But sometimes we put them in a very, very high place until we forget that they're human.
All right, guys, hii stories zimeshika zimekuwa tamu mpaka I don't know. We need to wrap up. I haven't even looked at the newspapers, but hey, time nayo ndo yo, we have done. It's 1 p.m. and I have to prepare for the evening show. but I'll equally leave you guys with what we were discussing. But maybe I'll give you guys a minute or so ya kunipea closing remarks, and I say Alex, I'm sure it's now very early in the morning. It's what time, Alex?
It is 4:02, but I will sleep at 7 a.m. and then I'll wake up at 11, so I have no problem. Usually I'm a night hauler. Usually I like reading my books at night. I'm a good reader. I read a book a day. So mimi usingizi hainisumbwangi. I have to read myself. You know, those who read are those who lead.
All right.
Yeah.
Aha, interesting. Okay, at least tumejua
You say hello
kitu
to
leo.
Cosmos
So there is an story
for choice.
Yeah, I'm reading a book by Frantz Fanon. I don't know if you know Frantz Fanon, Eli. Eli, do you know Frantz Fanon?
Very, very well. He was a medical doctor who fought in the Algerian War of Independence.
Exactly. So I'm rereading.
He came from, I think he came
Haiti.
from Guadeloupe or something. Haiti.
Yeah, he came from Haiti. He went to France. Then he came to Africa. And I'm reading his book, Wretched of the Earth.
Wretched of the Earth.
Yeah, I'm rereading it.
I read that one maybe 25 years ago.
You need to reread it.
Very classic book.
Yeah, you need to reread it right now with what is going on in Kenya.
You guys, you're making some of us seem either hatupendi kusoma or kuna venye, alafu pia 25 years uko unajua kusoma. Some of us 25 years were we in school.
Jex, I'm 51. Jex, I turned 51 2 weeks ago. I'm 51. Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, 3 weeks ago. Yeah.
Jex, I turned. Jex, I'm turning 47 next week.
Wow, congratulations.
Yeah. So I have kids who are in Harvard University. You can imagine how I have worked hard to turn my kids to Harvard University. Ivy League. You know, my father used to tell me there's the universities in Ivy League schools. I didn't know what he used to tell me. But now I educated my kids. I told them that Yale University, Harvard University, George Washington University, those are Ivy League schools. They are the best of the best in the world. And I was privileged to go to London School of Economics in my master's.
Hey, do I say?
Nakwambia hapa kuna watu wasomi bwana, watu wameona vitu.
Jex, huyo amepeleka.
My father took me to Delhi School of Economics in my bachelor's, and then I qualified to go to London School of Economics in my master's. Then my PhD I did it in Harvard. So it's a very good resume.
Umefanya vizuri. And you know what? No one says I've been to LSE. It's not a place you just walk into, London School of Economics. It's rare that people just get into that place. You must have some very, very high distinction.
That's why Emilio.
That LSE is amongst what they call the Russell Group of universities. So in the UK, out of over 100 universities, 25 are the ones that are called the Russell Group. Those are the top universities, the 25 of them, and LSE is amongst the top 5. So anyway,
I think it's the toppest.
You're a genius. Acha nikae tu kimya.
It was a privilege, when they saw that I had passed very well from, Indians are very competitive in terms of education. Nisikudanganya, usiende kusoma na Wahindi ufikirie utawashinda hivyo. Wahindi wanasoma bana. So when they saw me top up in Delhi School of Economics, my teacher used to teach in London School of Economics, my professor. So he wrote a letter there and said this guy should go there. In fact, 2 years ago, I was almost nominated in the what do we call this Norway charity that gives this Norway charity that gives like peace peace.
Nobel Peace.
Nobel. Yeah, Nobel.
Nobel. Yeah, Nobel.
Yeah, we came up with a theory in economics that we were almost nominated in economics. You know, it's a social science that is recognized.
Yeah, yeah.
I almost won one, but almost doesn't count.
Unajua Nobel wanakupatia hiyo award, alafu inakuja na 1 million, I think $1 million. Hata ile Wangari alipata ya peace for environmental what? It's accompanied by $1 million. So work on that. Work on that.
Work on that theory. There's a theory we put on during when Obama came in and the car industry was collapsing here in the US. So we came up with a theory with my friend, a friend of mine that we did PhD together. So we came up with a theory. Lakini hiyo wakati COVID hit in and the people who were considered were the doctors for COVID. But if it was not the COVID era, I could have won that time because we came up with a very good theory whereby we really helped the car industry of the US resuscitate itself back to normality, because they used to call it Obamacare or something like that. But we are the one who came up with that because I did actuarial science. So we came up with a theory that really helped resuscitate the car industry of the US. And the Japanese.
Were you guys were you guys nominated?
I was nominated. Just go to the internet and see. I was nominated.
Yeah. So what you need to do is, you know, Kenyans are afraid of nothing, as you know. You're afraid of nothing. So just, you know, twitch that theory, or find a way why these other people in front of you won and why you guys did not win. You know, you keep going, man. Keep going. I applaud you for that. That's great.
No, I'm coming up with another theory. There's another theory I'm coming up with it. I cannot reveal it here. I can talk to you. Nitumie namba yako privately. I'll tell you. I'm coming up with another theory.
No problem.
Si utanitumia mimi privately pia.
Hiyo ukipatia Jex atauza huko River Road. Uchunga hiyo Jex wetu huyu. Atauza zamani. Atapatia Daktari Ruto. Ruto will run with it. This time it will not be hustlers. It will not be hustlers and wheelbarrows this time.
Actually, the other day, you see, I used to write articles in the Elephant. You know the Elephant?
Yes.
I used to write
articles. What do you call
it? David Ndii used to write. Yeah. So I used to write articles
that guy of anti-corruption. I can't remember his name. The big guy.
I know his name.
Gidongo. Yeah, he writes on that. Is he the owner?
Right? Yeah. And also the former ESCC, what was his name? The guy also was vocal. He's a Kikuyu. What was his name? He also writes there. So I used to write articles.
No, not ESCC. The guy from Human Rights, you mean?
Yeah, what was his name? Remind me his name.
Maina
Kiai. Yeah. He was my classmate in Harvard.
Yeah.
When I was doing my PhD.
I read The Elephant.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I read The Elephant a lot. Are they still running? The Elephant.
They're still running. Once in a while I write articles, but I use a pseudonym. I don't use my name, my real name. I use a pseudonym.
Good.
Yeah.
Man, we need to talk a lot to anze kufanya these progressive things with progressive minds, you know. We need to do a lot.
And that's why I like Jex. You know, Jex is a very progressive mind, you know, and I like how he runs the show. I like how he runs his show, and I encourage him. I support him every day. You know.
Na kule ngambo huwa unaendanga kule kwa ile ingine sound candid.
Sound candid Bernard amnitafutanga saa ingine mpaka anakasika. Kama saa hii ametoka kunipigia simu. Ameanza show.
Salimie Bernard.
Wanakasirikana na mimi sana, wanasema nina support Jex and I don't support them. Wanakasirikana na mimi sana.
They are Kenyans, so just say hello to them.
Before we close, I want you to put the speech for Raila. that he spoke about the transformative Jaramogi Oginga Odinga in terms of education. How the airlift only lifted only 300 people, but Jaramogi made 5,000 people go to different countries. I didn't know that my father was a beneficiary until Raila talked about that. My father was in Russia. My uncle was in Russia. My three uncles were in Russia, courtesy of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. I never knew it was Jaramogi Oginga Odinga who negotiated. First, he went to China, then he went to Russia, then he went to Europe. There's a book he wrote in Luo, Due Ario in China. You know that book, Due Ario in China?
No.
Yeah, there's a
no.
book.
Is it off print or I can find it? Is it off print?
It's in print. It's in Amazon. Due Ario.
Wow, I'm looking for that today.
Yeah, it's written. It's called Due Ario in China. So put us the speech of Raila before we finish, and then we finish. The speech.
Thank you, guys.
Don't go early. Just listen to that speech, and you see how Jaramogi was transformative in terms of education.
You have said I look for Raila's speech
during his father's celebration. Eli, I want you to watch that speech. I don't know if you watched it, but I want you to rewatch it and see how Jaramogi took my father to Russia. I didn't know that it was Jaramogi who negotiated all those deals. But people like Otuni, weka hiyo alafu weka na speech ya Otuni tumalizie hiyo. Otuni also spoke very well. Dr. Otuni from Uganda.
All right. So let me begin with Raila Odinga, and here is his speech at his father's memorial service. And ladies and gentlemen, here we go.
Spare their time to come here and share their views about Jaramogi with us today. I want to thank our friend, Dr. Lara Otunu, who's come all the way from Uganda to be with us here. And those who are joined us virtually from outside the country, we thank them. And those who have been here in the panel here, speeches here. Now, from what they have all said, you can say that it is like the 7 people who went to find out, those blind people who went to find out what an elephant looks like. From what they all said, actually a picture has emerged of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. As a family, we thank everybody for sparing their time to come and be here today. This event would have been held 3 years ago, but because of the COVID, we decided to postpone it. And today was so important because this is the 30th anniversary of Jaramogi, why we decided that it must be held here today. Jaramogi was very many things, a very versatile character, very engaging when you want to talk to him, but very simple. It was very, very simple. We remember when we were growing up here in this town, Jaramogi just used to wear kinyasa and a color shoes. That was his standard dress in town. So he was known. And you will see, if you read the Note to Uhuru, there is a place where they were now discussing the dress, Jaramogi's dress in Bunge, how he should get into Bunge. Eventually he won that and was able to be going to Bunge without having to put up a tie. So growing up as children, he had been a teacher. And therefore he was very, very strict with us as children. He wanted us to grow up like any other native children around. And we had it very rough, me and the Buru here as children. But now, in retrospect, we are grateful to him that by treating us like ordinary people, we grew up as true Kenyans, and we therefore understood problems that peasant children were experiencing in the rural areas. We were removed from schools here in Kisumu and taken back to a rural school down there. We lost 2 years of education because it prepared us for life in the future. But Jaramogi, this other aspect of Jaramogi has not been properly appreciated. Jaramogi, the teacher. Jaramogi really wanted people to get education. And he spent a lot of his time and a lot of his money trying to promote education among the Kenyans. At the time he died, there were 54 children in different stages of education. Some were in nursery, education in accordance with their abilities. And through the foundation, we raised money and ensured that all the 54 children Jaramogi was sponsoring got education. It was a time when there was nothing like CDF. So, but we managed to ensure that these children got education. Some we sent abroad to universities, none of Jaramogi. But he had started this thing much earlier. When he resigned from teaching in Maseno and came and set up a business here, he was helping very many students who wanted to go abroad. And when he now became the went on a trip, he had been invited to go to India. What happened is Jaramogi had constructed a building in the center of the town here. He called it Ramogi House. And that building was completed in 1951. So in 1952, he invited the governor. He wrote a letter to the governor through the PC to come and officially launch or open the building. The reply came back that the Africans should go and build town centers only for Europeans. So that is noted rule. You can read it there. So after that rejection, he now wrote to the Indian High Commission. By that time, India had attained independence and had posted a High Commissioner here in Nairobi, who was representing the whole of Eastern Africa. It was called Sir Apa Sahib Pant. So Apa Sahib Pant accepted the invitation to come. So he came here to Kisumu to open the building. And when he looked at the building, he was so impressed that he said that people who are still struggling under colonial oppression to go to India to see how Indians working to reconstruct it after independence. That's how Jaramogi traveled to India. And in India, he spent 2 months in India. He traveled the length and the breadth of India, met so many people, the Minister of Education, the Minister for Culture, the Minister for Industries. He toured from Bombay to Delhi, to Bangalore, to Chennai, to Calcutta, to Srinagar, all part of India. Some by train, by road, by air. And when he came, it was called Dueche Arabia. 2 months in India. He recorded everything that he had seen in India. That book was later on translated by an Indian friend of him, Ambabai Patel, into English. And the copies are available there. You can buy them. 2 months in India are available there. Noted Huru is also available there. Flames of Freedom is also available there. Anybody who wants can buy. In that book, he was so impressed. He met with the then Indian Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru. And there are long discussions. And he signed an agreement there with the Indian students who want to study in India. So long as they get transport to go to India, they will get Indian government scholarship to study for free in Indian universities. So Jaramogi then came here and recruited Kenyans to go and study in India. He opened an office in that building called Jivan Bharat building where the Indian High Commission was, and put a Kenyan who had come from India at that time called Olwandi Kodul as the secretary. To that scholarship program, many Kenyans went to study in India from 1953, 4, 5, 6, people like from here, I can give you some names. And out there, Joe Karanja, who became the first High Commissioner in London, Vice Chancellor of University of Nairobi, and Vice President. Henry Waridi, the first Member of Parliament for Mukurweini. Kalembe Ndile was an MP for somewhere in Okambani. Omoto, Kibwezi. Omoto Masahalia was Masahalia. We used to live together with him. Here he was working at Lutheran package was much earlier than the airlift. And the airlift only had about 300 people. But then after that, John Jaramogi traveled to the Eastern European countries. First, Jaramogi had gone on to attend a conference in Tokyo, Japan, a World Peace Conference. When he was at that conference in Tokyo, he met with the Chinese delegation. The Chinese delegation invited him to go and visit China. And he accepted. They went to Peking, those days, now Beijing. And he met with Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai. And they had discussions, and they arranged for him to go to other parts of China to go and see how China are working to develop their country, Chinese. He went to several provinces of China. From there, they arranged for him to go to Moscow. By that time, the Chinese and the Russians had not disagreed. So they're the ones who made arrangement for him to go and meet with Nikita Khrushchev, then the president of the Soviet Union, in Moscow. So he went from Peking to Moscow and had discussions with the leadership of Soviet Union. First, in Beijing, they agreed to support the liberation movement in Kenya. In Moscow, also, they agreed to support the liberation movement in Kenya. From Moscow, he flew to London. At Heathrow Airport, the immigration saw the stamp of Peking. They did not mind about Moscow, but Peking, the Red China. So he went to China, yes. He was holding a British passport. At that time, everybody was a British subject. And the British citizens were not supposed to go to Red China. So the guy reported to the immigration. He went into the town. But from there, when he came back to Nairobi and landed at Jomo Kenyatta Airport now, then Embakasi Airport, the passport was impounded. They took away the passport. They did not give any reasons. So there was a headline, Jaramogi's passport impounded. So the matter was raised in the Legico, and there was a long debate over it. The majority of members of parliament at that time were white, and they were saying how Jaramogi was playing about with fire. One was Sir Michael Blundell, one is called Ines Basi. All of them were condemning Jaramogi and saying that Jaramogi was playing with what he did not understand. He who rode on the back of the tiger ended inside the stomach of the tiger. So one said, Mr. Odinga should know that men much more intelligent than him have tried and have failed, and he will fail. So when Jaramogi rose to respond, he told the gentlemen who were talking that, look, even me, before I went to China, I was as ignorant as you people about China. But what I saw in China was an eye-opener to me. China is the country with the biggest population in the world. At that time, 540 million people. But in China, I did not see any people walking naked. Everyone was clothed. In China, I did not see people who are unemployed. Everybody was employed. In China, I did not see people hungry. Everybody was eating. China was able to feed 540 million people. We have no beggars in China. So if that is what's communism, then communism is food. It's like food. That's what Jaramogi said. You can see it in the answered. Tomorrow, headline East African Standards. Communism, my food, says Odinga. how Jaramogi and the tag of being a communist. Jaramogi never studied Marxism-Leninism at all. He did not. But Jaramogi was just being realistic at that time. Now, what indeed he negotiated scholarships with those countries for Kenyans. At that time, it was not easy to get a passport if you're going to study in those countries. So the Kenyans who had moved out and had been denied opportunity to go and study in Rome, and they had gone by foot through Uganda and through South Sudan to Khartoum, negotiated and opened an office in Khartoum, and then went also up to Cairo and opened an office. Jaramogi met them, and through that connection, he opened an office in Cairo, and was able to meet the Egyptian president, Mr. Nasser. But I wanted to tell you that when his passport was impounded here, he got a passport, international passport from Kwame Nkrumah, president of Ghana. Another one from Gamal Abdel Nasser, president of Egypt. He had 2 international passports. So he went there, and in Cairo they set up an office operated by the late William Odhiambo Kelo, Werambitho, and Abdallah Karungo. Then they opened up another office in London, operated by Otieno. In London, Nkrumah bought a building called the House, which building he dedicated to the liberation struggle on Africa. And all Africans who had a problem in London could go and stay in that building. And he asked Jaramogi to give him somebody to manage that building. Jaramogi gave him a Kenyan who had been a student in London and had not come back, called Otieno, became the manager of Africa Unity House. So now the Cairo office was the one that was liaising with all these countries: Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Romania, the Soviet Union, Yugoslavia, and China, and so on, about scholarships. So Kenyans only needed to get to Cairo. From Cairo, you now be able to travel to get a scholarship to study for free in all those countries. Through that program, there were 5,000 Kenyans managed to study in the university. That was Jaramogi's initiative, which has never been recognized or appreciated, because people highlight only the 300 or so people who were taken by airlift and from Mbagazi to New York. But there's nothing, it's a drop in the water of the ocean by comparison to many Kenyans who studied through Jaramogi's initiative. First in India, then in those other countries, then in the UK, in the United States. People like Hira Lingweno, who studied in Harvard, he was sponsored by Jaramogi. Washington Kumu was sponsored by Jaramogi to go and study in Harvard. Jaramogi sent very many students to the United States also, and also to other West African countries, Ghana, Egypt, and so on and so forth. This is an aspect of Jaramogi's contribution that has never been appreciated. And I wanted this to also go on record. Jaramogi as an educator. So therefore, I really want to thank you all for coming to help us remember Jaramogi. Asanteni sana. Mungu awabariki.
All right. Eli, your sentiments concerning your speech ilikuwa mrefu. Na naona watu bado wanatufuata.
I can't add anything there because Raila has steered himself, into Jaramogi's.
Weka picha tukuone, Eli. I want to see you talk.
What I'm saying,
Weka picha nikuone bwana.
Yeah, what I'm saying is Jaramogi, sorry, Raila has really given a good narrative there about the role of Jaramogi in developing Kenya through education. It's just something that we tend to forget, because you see, most of the time people keep talking about Tom Mboya's role in sending Kenyan students, young Kenyans, to the United States, forgetting that Jaramogi did just as good. In fact, he multiplied Tom Mboya's airlift by a good chunk of percentage, taking Kenyans abroad. But a lot of those people came back, others stayed. I'm sure that the ones who went to America, many of them stayed there. The ones who went to the Eastern European countries, a lot of them came back to Kenya, which is good. But that's a good speech from Raila.
Na mtu hapa amesema kitu interesting, hata ndio nimeweka hapa. Anasema but anyway, acha niache kuingilia Alex.
But Eli, what I like about this man, Raila Amolo Odinga, he knows how to, during the COVID era, Wakikuyu wengi walikufa sana. And nakumbuka the musicians and so on and so forth. Watu wengi walikufa sana, and he went in those funerals, and there was a way somehow he had a connection with every person that the Kikuyu people. There's a personal way he had relationships. But the way he was raised and how he has followed his father's footsteps amazes me. These are my neighbor. These are my neighbors in Mlimani in Kisumu. But still, I cannot understand Raila. Raila, I've met him in politics, in a personal way, as a neighbor, because he comes to his father's house. Apo, the wife, the wife that spoke very good English. I think you saw her the other day. She's the one now who lives in next to us in Mlimani. But this is a family that I appreciate so much for having known them personally. I'm one of the few people who was privileged to go to the funeral of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, because by then I was the scout leader of the whole nation. And being a scout leader of the whole nation, I schooled in Lenana. So I was a scout leader of the whole nation. So we went there, we were the people who were serving food to the dignitaries who were there. So I remember going to that funeral and seeing during the funeral, the material day, I stayed there 2 weeks because visitors used to come and go. Remember the day that he died, mist covered the whole country. I don't know if you remember that day. Were you in Kenya that time, Eli? Mist covered the whole country. We didn't know what was wrong. The whole country was covered with mist. And then later on, we heard that Jaramogi had died. And so we scouts, we were taken immediately. I being one of the scout leaders, I was a scout leader and I was in Lenana. I was taken and we went to Jaramogi's house. For 2 weeks, we were serving people food and making sure the dignitaries who came there were well, tunawaingisha kwa nyumba, tunawakalisha chini, wakimaliza wengine wanaingia. We were the people who were even moderating the mainstream media. So I was privileged to be in that funeral. In that funeral, let me read for you. Let me read for you what that day. Just give me a minute. Just give me a minute.
While you are checking what you're checking.
Okay, go ahead.
Alex, Jex, I just want to let you know that Milimani in every big town of Kenya, every provincial town, or even some of the smaller district towns like Homa Bay, Kakamega, Kisumu, everywhere, Milimani was the central location for the Wazungu district commissioners, provincial commissioners. This is where they often lived in all these big towns. So, those areas were called Milimani. So you find there's Milimani pale kwa Mapisi, DCs huko Kakamega, pia Kisumu. That's a housing area will be Milimani. Other towns were following the same kind of order of things. I just wanted to add that.
Actually, you are very right. Right now, to buy even land in Milimani in Kisumu, you can't afford. I think if I was to sell our land in Kisumu, I will sell it more than even 50 million right now. Just land only, not even the house, just land alone. It's very difficult to buy land alone in Milimani. So you are right, Eli. So the speech that made me happy that day, Moi did not want Orengo to come to that funeral. He used all necessary means to make sure that Orengo does not come to Jaramogi Oginga Odinga's funeral. So he put the military, but however, Orengo eloped and he was in the podium. And you know, Moi being Moi, he couldn't chase him now from the podium. And I want to tell you what that day what Orengo said. Woe unto you hypocrites, yes, I say woe unto you. And alikuwa anaonyesha Moi kidole. I was there, I was the front there, because us being scouts ndio tulikuwa tunapeana maji na kila kitu. He told Moi, woe unto you hypocrites, yes, I say woe unto you hypocrites, who torture and detained this great man, and now come here in false praise of his greatness. Inwardly, they mourn not. Hypocrites are forever the swines of human civilization. Woe unto you, Orengo said. Before the funeral, Moi had reportedly instructed the police to barricade Orengo's motorcade and subsequently ban him from attending the funeral. For the entire week, the daily recalled letters of Orengo's speeches, most borrowed from Julius Caesar's episode by William Shakespeare, dominated the pages of the press. With Julius Malema's speech at the Winnie Mandela funeral dominating social media since Saturday, the young revolutionary Orengo also dominated the media that day. During the funeral, he held Orlando Stadium in so yeah, so Orengo that day was the hero for the speech that he made. He looked at Moi and told him, woe unto you, hypocrite. You detained and tortured this great man, and you made him die earlier. And people are very excited. And then later on, no wacho kidoluo. Then he translated the Julius Caesar's speech into the Luo, which was very conniving, conniving and very sweet, to a point that I really loved it. So, Jex, I just wanted to tell you that I was privileged to attend Jaramogi Oginga Odinga's funeral, and it was not a funeral, it was a celebration. And 300,000 people came in. Among them was Olusegun Obasanjo, his bosom friend, who famously went with him to Kondele. Was it Kibuye Market? Kibuye Market, where they drank Nyukagigi Agwata. You remember that famous photo?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Olusegun Obasanjo was there, and these are my neighbors in Kisumu. And I would like you to play the Otuni's speech, the guy from Uganda. Then we finish the speech. We finish the show. Otuni's speech was very good, because he remembered people like I didn't know, like the people from Uganda knew Pio. Alikuwa anaitwa Pio Pito. So alikuwa anaitwa nani?
Which guy are you talking about?
Pio Gamaso Pinto alikuwa anaitwa nani?
Or the Indian, the Goan guy, Pio Gama Pinto.
Yes, I didn't know that the Ugandans loved the Kenyan politics and they follow it so much. So Dr. Tum was one of the people who gave a very classical speech during Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. I want us to listen to him, then Jex to manage the show.
Pio because Pio was a socialist, and at one point he was even Jomo Kenyatta's personal assistant. You know, Pio Gama Pinto.
Oh, he was a socialist?
A very, very socialist, strong-headed fellow, but he was also Jomo Kenyatta's personal assistant at one point.
And they assassinated him.
That's a topic for another day.
Yeah. So Jexi, to play hiyo alafu tumalize show alafu to prepare ya jioni. Dr. Otun's speech.
Lara Otuno, a diplomat.
A brilliant scholar. Thank you.
Rogers once again denied any involvement in the murder.
Omera PM, Raila, Mama Ida, Mama Margaret Kenyatta, brothers and sisters, Governor James Orengo, my old friend, and Governor Professor P. Nyong'o, I greet all of you. I have come from Uganda with a strong delegation. There is no time to introduce them to you. We have come to pay tribute. Otera Mewa, La Wilwen, Oluma. We have come to tribute to him with you. In Uganda, there's great excitement. As we were trekking our way here, we kept receiving messages from people who were wishing us well on this occasion. So PM and Dr. Oburu and the entire family, thank you for organizing this. We thank you. Because of time constraint, I will be very schematic. We grew up in the powerful shadow in East Africa of the figures that you saw in the photograph that Dr. Michael Chege just showed us. Bildad Kagea, Aguin Kodek, Acheng Oneko, Pio Gama Pinto, Paul Ngei. Later on, we would add J.M. Kariuki, Taita Towet. We grew up in the powerful shadow of these nationalists. I, of course, didn't know Jaramogi then. I didn't know him in Kenya. But I was very fortunate I would get to know him in New York as his resident assistant. Jaramogi in the early 80s who traveled to New York because he had an NGO registered with the United Nations, and also come to New York to organize to travel to neighboring countries. And I was therefore his resident assistant in New York, and very fortunate to spend a long number of hours with him. I just want to say this. First, Jaramogi could have become a historic president of Kenya. He did not. But he became somebody more important, with an impact more durable, because he led by example, because he led and lived by his conviction. Jaramogi therefore left a powerful legacy for all of us. The second thing I want to say is that I was struck by the virtues, by the attributes so self-evident in Jaramogi. his faithfulness to the people, his courage, his sense of duty, his tenacity in the struggle, and very rare, his self-denial, denying himself in order to serve the greater good of the community. Jaramogi was also, in spite of his suffering for many years, always committed to reconciliation. These are attributes which, in my view, were not accidental, have attributes which are expected of them as Jodito Pacho. And these attributes of Jaramogi come straight from that tradition. May God bless him for all that. Thirdly, I was struck that Jaramogi, among the African leaders, was a deeply rooted leader, rooted in his own culture, in his tradition, in the history of his people. That is what gave Jaramogi the confidence to be so open and so cosmopolitan and to accept other cultures and tradition and not be threatened by any of that. He made friends all over. You cannot be a great leader in Africa if you are fair. You have no roots. It's like Okot without that being the authentic voice of his mother, written in the idiom and rhythm and meaning of his own people, it would not have made the impact it did. So in the political arena, Jaramogi was the equivalent. His rootedness made him a more authentic nationalist in Kenya. He made him a more powerful, convincing Pan-Africanist. How I wish that more of our leaders today would have those virtues. Then let me say this. Before Jaramogi, Bobby Marley said and sang, "We cannot sing the Lord in a strange land. We cannot sing the Lord's song in the land of not yet Uhuru." Jaramogi particularly provided this dirge, this soul searching, this credo cur, because of the wholesale plunder that some of our leaders are doing to our country. Not corruption. Corruption is a polite word. Wholesale plunder that is taking place. Jaramogi spoke of not yet Uhuru because he was opposed to some of the African leaders manipulating our ethnic diversity and richness to divide our people. Jaramogi said, not yet Uhuru, because he wanted power to be with our people, to elect those that should govern them, and not the string of rigged elections. And Jaramogi said, not yet Uhuru, because he believed in an egalitarian society, a society in which a child from the remotest village in Kenya can become Professor Nyang' Nyong'o. A child from the rural areas and the slum can tomorrow become Dr. Uburu. He believed with all his heart in that, in providing equality of opportunities. So, if we are celebrating the life and contribution of Jaramogi, Are we prepared to be worthy heirs of Jaramogi? Are we especially address this to the leaders and the intelligentsia? Joma wangu yabe. Are you prepared to be worthy heirs of Jaramogi's legacy? To fight the fight that he left midway. It is the unfinished business of not yet Uhuru. Are we prepared to accomplish that struggle? That is the meaning of today's gathering. And if we leave here determined to accomplish the unfinished business that Jaramogi started, then I'll say, what the Mogi, what Kikuch, Terawa, Yue Kikuch, La Wirwuri, We Kikuch, La Wimon, Pien, Wabichobo, what Mamegi, Wabichobo, Lueng, my child. So, Jaramogi, rest in peace. This mission will be accomplished. Rest in peace. Apoyo, Erokamano.
Aya. Next time you come, Olara, they will be speaking Acholi. Apoyo, Erokamano.
So, Jex, you can see how this guy, 30 years later, you can see how Ela weka picha, hata tuweka picha hivi ndio inaonekana vizuri. You can see 30 years later how this man is still a hero, not only in Kenya, but also from Uganda. And what people do not know is that the Luo nation comes all the way from Juba to Acholi, to Kisumu, and it goes all the way to Tanzania, to Malawi. And that's what many people do not know. The Luo nation is a big nation.
To the Congo.
To the Congo too.
Congo.
So the Luo nation is so big. So to the Luo nation, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga was a hero and a revered man. But Jex, let me tell you as a friend that I was privileged not to see him on TV, but to interact with him personally. I remember when he used to ride his bicycle in the morning, I could take my bicycle too and I ride it under his shadow. And I was also privileged to go to his funeral. And I saw a man who was celebrated like no any other person. Jex, let me tell you that the likes like Orengo, Muite, Itobi Manyara, Orengo could not have been what they are were it not for this man. This man believed in black excellency. That is how Malema says, black excellency. He mentored young people at the time when Moi used to take the Protelians. Ageism was a problem at that time, whereby old people could take over Wakida Bargatuns, Ninani, were in the circle of Moi. But in the circle of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, he looked far and wide. He had a cathedral thinking. Jex, do you know what cathedral means? Cathedral means cathedrals used to be built for more than 300 years. There is this cathedral that was burnt in France during COVID that was built for more than 6,000 years. So Jaramogi used to have cathedral thinking. He used to look far and wide. He could mentor somebody who could become something. And you know, he wanted Orengo to take over if he died. But when Raila looked at Orengo, Orengo had started going to State House by then. If you remember, there was a daily, I don't know, Ella, if you remember, there was a daily in 1997 whereby Orengo accused Raila to be Moi's stooge. And it was on Sunday, I remember. It was a big headline, Raila Moi's stooge. And but Raila had known who Orengo was, and he realized that Orengo will not take the last one. If you remember Orengo's speech, Orengo's speech said that do not relent. The last words for Jaramogi Odinga that said to him before he died was, do not relent until the cause is finished. So when Raila realized that the cause is not going to be finished by Orengo had already been compromised by State House, he resigned from Ford Kenya. He formed his own party. He ran for a seat which I thought he was going to lose. I remember that seat was Moi wanted really to make sure that Raila loses that seat. You remember when Raila had to relaunch himself and run for that seat? It was Langata then. It was called Langata. And against all odds, Raila won that seat. And he started following his father's footsteps now. That is when many of the next election, many people resigned from Ford Kenya. The Luo Nyanza, the Kisis, except Anyona, was the one who only had his own party. He's the one who ran on his party. But what I'm trying to say is that this is a family that I've known. This is a family that I've eaten together with. This is a family that I've come to my house all the time. They are my neighbors in Mlimani and Kisumu. And this is a family that I love so much. Jaramogi was a great man. Not just in politics, just like a grandfather to me. And he respected himself so much that whatever he did it excellently. And some of the things that sometimes you see me do here, like the way I talk my politics, I was supposed to run last time, but unfortunately my wife was pregnant, so I did not run for a seat. But he told me, you need to be in August House for even one term. Run for a seat, for I have mentored you enough so that you can represent your people. He blessed me with that before he died. So when I saw the celebration of 30th anniversary of Jaramogi Odinga, 30 years later, people have fond memories. I wish I was in Kenya to attend that place so that I could also give in my remarks. But unfortunately, I was here. So Eli, you can say something about Dr. Toon. Dr. Toon had a very good speech, I think. You can say something about it.
Thank you. Olara Otuno has always been an internationalist. These are Makerere people. I was really trying to, get to understand his Acholi language, because Acholi is Luo. And he said something there about rest in peace. But in Acholi, they say kuch, not kwe. In Luo, we say kwe, peace. In Acholi, they say kuch. That was interesting. And he also...
that was interesting. You're right.
Yes. And he's also, in his moving speech there, he spoke about Apoyo. So that threw me over, because I was wondering how he would liken Jaramogi to Apoyo, which basically is Sungura, sindio?
Yeah.
Ama nimepata hiyo mbaya?
No, ulipata vizuri. Apoyo ni Sungura.
But then maybe in Acholi, Apoyo might have a different metaphor, a metaphoric meaning than the way we simply know it in Luo. So I was really, to know, how strong the Olara Otunu's way of thinking about Jaramogi in relation to Kenyan politics, how that compares to his own experience in Ugandan politics, because this man tried to be, I think he once tried to stand for presidency in Uganda, but that's a very far shot for a person from the Acholi community.
Oh, did he try to run for presidency?
He was at one point, the leader of the Uganda People's Congress.
Oh, I never knew that.
Obote's party, but as you know, Obote was he faced various rebellions, and after Obote died, Otunu tried to redefine the party, but because Obote also had his own issues, yeah, that UPC was not popular because it reached a point where the Ugandans did not trust Obote, and some of the massacres that happened during Obote's leadership. So Otunu can sound very convincing and very powerful in the way he speaks, but he was just in the wrong party in terms of the agenda of Uganda, because Obote made some very big mistakes in that country, but that's a different topic. In terms of the way he described Jaramogi and Jaramogi's work, I don't doubt anything that he said there about Jaramogi, because it was nothing but the truth. Jaramogi is celebrated even in the. I know you mentioned something about Frantz Fanon's negritude theories and all that. Jaramogi is celebrated in the US by Afro-Americans who believe in returning to the motherland. In the same way they celebrated Jomo Kenyatta, there was people in the 1960s naming their children. These are Afro-American people naming their children Jaramogi or Kenyatta. So these were international consequences of the work that these two individuals did in East Africa. So I didn't hear much about Jaramogi's influence in other parts of Kenya. It's just unfortunate that sometimes people forget that Jaramogi had a lot of influence in the politics of the coast, which was then the Coast Province in Kenya. Mombasa, Kilifi, all those places. There was the Luo Union, which at one point was the Luo Union. Mombasa sector was headed by one Owigo Olang, who was a former police superintendent who then got into politics. He chaired that Luo council. Wasn't a council, sorry. It was called the Luo Union. And these people were working with other communities, not just the Luo, but because a lot of Luo people and Luya had moved to Mombasa, working at KPA and places like that, menial jobs or good jobs. And the political aside to it was that Jaramogi, he tried to influence the politics of the coast region through that union and other associations with other communities. Northeastern province is always left out in Kenyan politics. Those people in the northern part of Kenya, they even ask you, when are you going to Kenya? Because they've been marginalized, even politically. We don't talk about them. I don't know what impact the likes of Jaramogi or any other Kenyan politician had in those kinds of areas, because when we're talking about a patriot and we are concentrating ourselves in the usual places, or the city of Nairobi, we're not talking about other parts of Kenya. That is one of our problems as well. So I have to say that while we are positively reviewing Jaramogi's work, we have to think about what other things did Jaramogi miss out. Some people say that Jaramogi was a communist. That's a very, very long debate, because when we start now discussing whether he was a communist or not, we'll then have to talk about theories of communism or socialism and stuff like that. So people talked about his communism, and others said, well, this man was super wealthy. So where was his communist principles if he was that wealthy? Others said that he was an opportunist in the way he lived, because in the one hand, you saw a Jaramogi who looked like a poor person, but invested elsewhere. So people had different ways of considering Jaramogi's work or how he lived, you know, but it's often easier to criticize than to look at the, substantive things that someone has done. So that's all I can contribute, but thank you so much, for playing these videos. I was really enjoying that Olaro Tunu. If he was given an extra hour, I think he would have continued. So thank you.
So Black anauliza hapa we talk about his relationship with Mboya, which is another long story we can't talk about. But what I can say is that Mboya was used so badly. But I think in his later days, when Mboya realized that he had fallen from grace to grace, he went to Jaramogi and asked for forgiveness. And actually, when Mboya died, Jaramogi gave him a very good tribute too, the same way he gave to the late Kenyatta. But his relationship with Mboya at the beginning was misused by the Mount Kenya, because Jaramogi at one time, who said that there's somebody, I think there was another speech that was given by somebody who said that Kenyatta called him to Gatundu. So they drove different cars. So when they got there, Jaramogi, Kenyatta told Jaramogi, hii shamba itakuwa yangu. We nataka nikupea also one of the White Mountains areas. And Jaramogi refused and said, no, we fought for the independence so that our people can get land, not that we can get land from them. And Jaramogi disagreed with Kenyatta and told him, you cannot take any land from anybody. And that's where the disagreement came. It was ideological differences that were so sharp that for Jaramogi, his independence meant that people should get their land. But for Kenyatta and the people who surrounded him, like Georgia, they took land from the white people, and they never gave people the land to the locals. So instead, they relocated them to other areas like Lamu and Rift Valley, which was not good. So I see a new panelist there. Wacha to bet SG habari yako bana. SG karibu.
Asante.
Wadau, mimi nitawaacha, allow me to take a breather, endeleeni, but I'll come back.
Okay, no problem. But don't take it for a long time.
How are you? Good to see you. Karibu sana kwa show.
Asante. Tuko salama na ni lunch time hii ilikuwa inaitwa kwa KBC ilikuwa ni Sandona. Kuna vipindi za kumbukanga tukua watu wazee za KBC. Very nice because akuja afternoons. So yes, how is it going? The frames of freedom you are talking about?
Yeah. Alex ndio ameleta hiyo mjadala. Mnaweza endelea kidogo, I'll be taking a breather. Alex, mkinitaji mnibip tu, but equally anyone wishing to join, ndio hiyo link natuma hapo kwa comment section. Now that means Jex anakupa nafasi ya kuendelea, ni freestyle no moderation, ni kuji nice, courtesy of Alex and Mr. Eli and now SG Akondani. So you guys have your afternoon well covered, because sasa ni ngumu kuwakazia. Nimejaribu kuwakazia yangu yote, but ni sawa. Niendeleeni, jinais. Wengine wamesema hawalali, so who am I? So me itabidi nijipe shughuli zingine because I have to prepare for the evening show. So I'll not be in, but I'll still help moderate from behind. That is adding guys and doing all the things. And eventually I'll still have to come come back and wrap up the show. So endeleeni SG, take over the floor. Bwana Alex, continue moderating. And Bwana Eli, saidia huyu mzee wetu. At times he's very old. Usimuone tu hapo. You can be 50 something, he's 40 something, but where he seems to be 100 plus. Anyway, thank you so much. You guys are just but fantastic. And to those who are commenting, Akina Black, Black, usiseme baridi, ingia show. Asante sana. Good day, I see you. I see Maureen Wasawa. I see Nganga Kondani, and many commenting hapo kwa comment section. Thank you so much. Link ndio hiyo hapo kwa comment section. Let us have a fantastic conversation. Hii yenye Bwana SG ameita ni afternoon afternoon Sandona show, kitu kama hiyo. Thank you very much. Niko lakini niko nyuma nikifanya vitu zingine. Asante sana. Bwana SG, take it over.
Yes. Did Jakes umeenda lunch
Yeah, wacha kule kidogo.
Nimeenda lunch, breakfast, dinner kwa sababu I started this show in the morning. Now it's 2 p.m. You can imagine.
Oh, okay. We piga shughuli, angalia nini kuku hapo nini.
10 o'clock, so I have to leave. I would want to stay, but I have to leave.
Okay, wacha sisi tupige siasa.
Tu nyuma, if we need you, we will tell you. But ingisha
right,
Black kwanza. Make sure Black ameingia kwanza.
Na Alex ako na right za kuingiza watu kwa nini kwa bunge.
Akinibip tu nitakuja niwaingishie. Siko mbali, niko tu hapa. I'm using niko tu hapa using another machine. Nina machines kadhaa
sawa.
Jex, before you leave, can you please invite Black there, because he has I think he went to exile for a couple of months.
Black alikuwa hapa juzi, tuone kama ataingia. Black due to public demand, and anasikia anasema ndugu, siko kwenye nafasi nzuri. But Black due to public demand, tafuta nafasi nzuri, jifiche mahali, simama mahali, do all you can, because manze hapa kwa show kuna venye hata Alex anakuchokoza hapo. But Black, ingia kwa show and let's have the conversation continue. Anasema he was there juzi. Yeah, he was. Alikuwa hapa like I think a day before jana alikuwa. But watu wanakuulizia. Kuna jamaa pia hapa anaitwa Humphrey anamchongoa, but ni sawa. Tunaendelea vizuri, asante sana. Anasema mdogo wake Eli. He still says he's the oldest. So anasema mdogo wake Eli, tafadhali mwelewe tu, ako mahali hawezi ingia, lakini you know, these two guys, Alex acts old, but Black behaves older. So I'm yet to really
and both of them are young. Kwanza that Black is a kid.
Black ana watoto wamemaliza shule. Unajua Black sidani hata kana ana watoto.
Na nimesikia kama wameanza kusema amekuja kukumbuka vitu za zamani. So I don't know who is the oldest now. But anyway, Kamau, take it home.
Si ni watu ya Sandona dunia wiki hii. Wrestling ya mtu alikuwa anaitwa Hulk Hogan. Yeah. Sisi tunaona ni watu ya before. Those are the people, those are the damn days. Wacha na hii siku hizi mnaita sijui inaitwa nini hii vipindi za kisasa. Za kina Citizen. But anyway, wacha tupige siasa 101. Nimesikia nani akiongea juu ya Kenyatta na nikasema you know, Kenyatta was a very funny character. Juzi nimeona episode yake moja. Kumbe wakati tulituma yeye Lancaster mara ya kwanza aende akaangalie mambo ya maneno ya hiyo ya Kenya independence na nini, yeye alienda kukaa kwa club akachukua mzungu huko akaleta akakuwa bibi. I was surprised to see how them days that people played with our politics and our future. because you can imagine that your country sends you, and then you go there, do your own things, and then later on you find a way of going back so that you fulfill what actually you are sent to do. But that is our country. Those are the foundation we laid, and that is why we are where we are. People complain a lot why we have leaders like Ruto and Gachagua in power, but we are the people who create these monsters. Tunawaambia ati unachukua nyoka huko ikiwa kadogo, kitu kadogo kama kakijiti, unaipatia maziwa, unaipatia mkate, ina grow tu. Wewe kazi yako ndio sema si mimi ndio mimi ndio namlea, hawezi nikula. Eventually unakuta kwamba unakuliwa. So at the end of the day inakuwa ngumu sana to survive in such situation. But having said that, I think we are waiting for what happens, so that we want a trigger point as a country. We want a trigger point ambayo itafanya si watu wagojee Raila ite maandamano, lakini watu wafike mahali waseme enough is enough and we cannot take it anymore. I wish Black angekuja hapa tuwe na debate kuhusu hii decision ya kumazo the courts. You muzzle the courts so that they do your bidding. But I know it is very hard for anybody to be a Kenya Kwanza lieutenant now, because all the bloggers, all the paid bloggers and those people who they are silent. Lazima wangojee Itumbi atoe kitu ya kufuata. So from where I sit, I think we are not doing so well, and I don't think we are going to do so well until we have this government gone in whatever way. So kwa haya machache bana, sijui mko unaongea juu ya nini. Anyway, hii nimekuta show na nimekula lunch, nikasema wacha nikuje nipige porojo kidogo.
SG.
Yes,
Unanisikia?
kabisa.
Just a point of correction, okay? Umemlemea Jomo Kenyatta hapo kidogo Sasa he met Edna Clark in 1942.
Yes,
and that ule kijana wao Peter Magana, who is now I think in his late 70s, was born in 43 or 44, I can't remember. But if he met Edna in 1942, and in your remarks you said that watu walimtuma huko Lancaster akarudi na bibi.
Yes.
The Lancaster conference was in the late 50s.
Okay.
Or early 60s thereabouts. So all I'm trying to say is, you should have just matched your facts with the dates, correctly. You see, because anything you say here is archived, and it will mean that's what you said. It's the truth. I know that there is people object. People from your area object to Kenyatta's work during pre-independence. Some people even believe that he was not in prison and so on and so forth. But we need to get these facts right, because it's very important. Thank you.
But Ella, you should also know that when the Legco, the second Legco that was held in London, after after the Kapenguria imprisonment was over, remember he went back again to London. Do you know that?
I know that. I mean, he first went to England in 1929. And that was a short trip. He only stayed there for a couple of months. And then he traveled back there, I think in 1931, something like that.
Yes.
So what I was trying to say there was the fact that SG said that I think his main message was they sent Jomo Kenyatta to address the independence issue. Yeye akaenda kwa club akapata mwanamke mzungu akamkuja na yeye. No, those are just cheap shots. We can say that of anyone because there's social life, there's public life, you know.
Yeah, you know,
So
even politicians must have their social lives, you know. Hata sisi tuko na social lives, but
me, I regard Jomo Kenyatta as a very powerful historical figure. He was not perfect. He made some dangerous moves. He's even alleged to have killed people like Mboya, Pio Kama Pinto, and all that. And the massacre in Kisumu in July, I think, the 5th,
that one was the worst.
in 1969.
That was
No,
the
not
worst.
July the 5th, sorry, October the 25th, because July the 5th, I think, was Mboya's death of that same year. But October 25th, which is what I call Black Saturday, you know. That event and many others, we can say horrible things about what he did that were not lining up with his agenda to govern a country after independence, you know. But he's not perfect. Jomo Kenyatta is not perfect. He should have faced the law, but in those days, it was near impossible for someone like him, you know, to face the law. See,
but when you
imagine
look
someone
at
like
when you look at how he steered the country and some of the parastatals that he formed, you can say this man had some good economic policies that made Kenya at that particular time until his death to at least make our economy better. Because if you look at our economy in Africa by then, like Kenya Meat Commission was the best in Africa. KGGCU was the best in Africa. Kenya Planters Union, we used actually to supply the seeds all over Africa. So you could see a man who had a grasp of on how to how can I say, promote the economy or what, something like that, sort of that. Until Moi came and started, you know, and you did ask a very good question, a pertinent question earlier on, which I'm still grappling with. Which parastatal has ever been headed by a Kalenjin that survives? You know, that was a very pertinent question that I'm still grappling. I'm trying to look at any parastatal that was headed by a Kalenjin that ever survived. So, but you could see a man, as you said, a historical figure that understood the economy, that understood what
Alex, there's a lot of noise in the background. I don't know if it's coming from your side or Jake's.
I think it's Jake's side.
It's affecting the broadcast.
It is Jake's side. Watch. Think Jake's kama uko, please mute Jake.
Kuja tuone TV.
Tunaona ni Jake, it's Jake's side. Let me call him. You can say something.
Someone needs, maybe you need to type on the chat there in case he's on the chat. I'm not on the chat. I'm not joining the chat, so you can type it to alert him or something, or send him a text. Yeah?
Yeah, nimemwandikia message.
Yeah, okay. So the idea of the Kenyatta presidency, I don't know much about his stewardship of the economy, All I know is that this was an old man in his late 70s who people were taking advantage of left, right, and center to prop themselves up economically, you know. So there were not as much cartels as big as they were in the Moi presidency and thereafter. But from Kenyatta's poor health, advantage was taken. I mean, right from his family, we know that he personally did not trade in the trophies that came from wildlife, but his wife, Mama Ngina, and their daughter did that. They were some of the biggest, you know, wildlife merchants in the world. You know, what they call poaching. Kenyatta is not mentioned directly as being involved in that. I think in terms of the economic, say, in terms of hurting the economy, one of the things he's accused of is like the primitive accumulation of wealth. You know, for example, grabbing of land and displacing thousands of people, so that from where he started off his journey and where the motorcade stops, in the middle of nowhere, that is his land. There were stories like that, whether they were myths or they were true, but there were stories that legend had it that when Kenyatta started off from some place in Eastern Province, the drive was about 10-15 miles. That's my land. Just the same as the way the Wazungu came and say, okay, this one here is Kenya, this one we'll call it Uganda, and so on and so forth. So he has been accused of the land legacy, which has to be one of the biggest problems in Kenya, because it is the family that owns land the size of Nyanza province, or Nyanza, the former Nyanza province. And that's coming from the Paul Ndungu report, you know, of the Kibaki presidency, when Ndungu was given that job to audit land ownership in Kenya. And I think the Kenyatta family had the biggest chunk of land, the size of Kisumu, Nyanza province, which is a whole different, like that's something unbelievable. I mean, if you think of how much land you have, Alex, and you might have a big piece of land, but it will never reach the size of land the Kenyatas have. Even if you won the lottery, millions, you'll never reach the amount of land these people have.
And when you read the book Not Yet Uhuru, I don't know, have you read the book Not Yet Uhuru?
Yes. I have a copy, yes.
Yeah, that book shows exactly how land issue in Kenya had been. But there's a good friend of mine, I think you know him, Jeremani, who has also written a book about. Jeremani has also written a book about land in Kenya. How the whole issue of how land became a pertinent issue in Kenya as a whole. He starts from the historical figure of how the coastal area, the nine mile strip. Do you know something about that? The 9 Mile Strip?
No.
The 9 Mile Strip is whereby the sultans considered Mombasa not to be in Kenya. They considered Mombasa and Zanzibar to be a different country. So they wanted it to separate it from Kenya. Even when we got independence, we didn't know what to do with Mombasa because Mombasa was not part of Kenya.
Oh, sorry. Yes. I do know that, but I didn't know the subtitle you used. Sorry, the title you used there to qualify that message you're passing across. Yes, I know the story about that.
Yeah, so the land issue in Kenya has been very pertinent. And it's a grave issue that we are joking with, but in the future it's going to catch up with us. Because if you look at today, I was showing you yesterday, is a good friend of mine, I think you know her, showing the land that I have in Karen. My father bought it in the early 80s. He bought that land in Karen at 100,000 Kenya shillings. Today that land is worth more than if I had to sell it, land alone, not even the house that my father built there. If I had to sell the land alone, I would sell it more than 500 million. Just land alone. We have joked with the land in Kenya to a point whereby it is impossible now people to buy land in Kenya. You know, right now you can't buy land in Karen. The people buying houses in Lavington, they don't buy houses. They are buying apartments because you can't afford land in Lavington anymore. Muthaiga, you can't even go to buy land there because it's a controlled area. If you have to buy, the people have to vote for you to buy land there, and and sometimes they can deny you buying land from there because it's an exclusive club. So we have joked with land in Kenya to a point whereby I think the future of Kenyans is going to be very difficult. That buying land alone, you see today, if you look at Kenya as a whole, Machakos has become part of Machakos has become part of Nairobi. Why?
Nairobi, yeah.
Yeah, because people are going there to buy land because they can't afford land anymore in Kitengela. Kitengela land used to be like, I remember in the late 90s when I finished my bachelor's and I bought my first land in Kenya, that was in Kitengela. I bought at 50,000. Today you can't buy land in Kitengela. Land is going over 10 million.
So we just say that Kenyans generally are obsessed with the possession of land. And I mean, if you look at, I have a friend from Mozambique who told me how, you can, it's a state, the state has a say to land ownership in that country. But so much of that land has been mined, because of the long conflict they had in Mozambique. So the land mines, bombs everywhere. So someone can sell you land, which still is state controlled, but this land has been, it still has explosive things, ordinances in that particular land. If Kenyans knew how, the object of land, how, how it affects some countries. There are so many different stories about land in Africa. And then you see how we meddle with the issue of land and how every year the land becomes multiple price compared to the previous year. Speculation and the cartels that run the speculation, it's just because we don't enforce rules. There's no way rules are respected, or even if they said that this was the amount of money you can expect every, say, 5 years from a land sale in this particular area, where the state intervenes. There's this thing about laissez-faire, but there are certain things where the state, I believe, should intervene in terms of how much can you speculate about your land? Because, and I'm not taking a swipe, I'm just saying, because can you imagine if that land in Karen is going for 10 million or something, but the previous 2 years it was, say, 1 million. Does that make sense? To a Kenyan who is hardworking, who wants to buy that land. So it's another way of creating poverty, but not everything can be blamed on the state, because I think essentially the Kenyan people sometimes they just need to own up that we are part of the problem. How we supervise ourselves on wealth creation. This thing called primitive accumulation of wealth is real. It's very real. When they discovered that oil in Turkana, the number of people who were running there. And then when they found that there's no commercial oil there, they just left. But the prices of land had gone up over there. You know?
I remember that. Speculation, land had
In 2013.
become like so expensive. And and that is one of the things I think you told me last time I think we spoke, you told me you were in Namibia or Botswana, somewhere there. You told me you were in the southern hemisphere there. And that is one of the things.
I was probably somewhere in the east, not southern, no. Probably someone else you spoke with. No, not me.
Oh, okay. I thought it was you who told us, was it last year? Maybe it's last year you told us you were somewhere in the southern African SADC countries.
No. You must have confused me with someone else. Sorry, my apologies.
If you look today in South Africa, the politics of land is going to make ANC lose election. I believe ANC is going to lose its first election this year because of the issue of land. And we too, land is going to be a major issue. It's going to be a campaign tool in the coming years because the speculations of land in Kenya has become, land is more expensive. In fact, some areas, land is more expensive than even the house you build in it. Okay. For instance, I remember this lady. What was a CEO? What was the first lady that used to be an MP woman was called a CEO who? A CEO.
Phoebe.
Phoebe CEO. Moi gave him a lot of land in
Phoebe CEO from Karachuonyo.
Karachuonyo. And Jakarachuonyo.
Yeah.
Moi gave him a lot of land in Kisumu, in Milimani. And in the late 90s, I remember him selling, I bought land in Milimani. At that particular time, he was selling 300 by 300. He wanted people to have big land so that they can at least unajenga nyumba kubwa na unaweza weka kuku zako ama mbuzi ama nini. So he used to sell 300 by 300, not 50 by 50 kama siku hizi nowadays people buy 50 by 50. So at that particular time, she was selling the same land at 120,000, I remember. So I bought about 6 of them because I used to sell the German Shepherd, the
dog, yeah.
Dogs. So I used to get a lot of money from the German Shepherd. So anytime I sell dogs, anytime they could breed and I could just buy land. And I remember last year I sold the same land that I bought at 120. And that is when I realized, Kenya, we are going in the wrong direction. The same land that I bought in 1997, that's about how many years ago? That is 25 years ago.
Yeah.
I sold that land more than 20 million.
Wow.
I bought it at 120.
Let me ask you something. A very straight question.
Yes.
And don't take this personally.
No, go on,
did you feel that you had any moral compass?
No, I felt
because
guilty.
Me, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't do that.
I felt guilty because that was the market price.
Yeah. Essentially. So it was the market price. Now, look at the situation where, at the moment, people coming to here to the UK are trying to, most people now trying to come here not through the student route, but sponsorship for jobs, so through recruitment channels, okay? And over the last 3-4 years, there have been cases of extreme crisis where some people, a recruitment agency has promised them jobs. They've sold land which belongs to, it's the last ancestral land they have, family land. They sold it for sijui how much. That money they've used to pay that agency, a thing which they can do themselves online to look for a job sponsor here, okay? But Kenyans will be Kenyans. So these dodgy recruitment agencies managed to get these people, through all that, and then they got the visa, job visa, wanafika London,
barabara ikasimamishwa, universal health coverage inasimamishwa, mambo ya housing inasimamishwa.
Sasa huyo ni Ruto tena.
Lazima tuulizane, lazima tuwe na mjadala.
At the
meeting, this was seemingly not mentioned as the corruption allegation was distributed not just to the judiciary, but all arms of government. A resolution reached that within 30 days, each arm of government submit proposals to the National Council of the Administration of Justice, which brings together all players in the criminal justice system on short-term, medium-term, and long-term measures to deal with the vice. The president is also said to have committed to respect the rule of law, despite his initial threat to defy orders he said was sabotaging government programs, pushing the Chief Justice to sound a warning.
I think Jake doesn't know that he's not muted.
Yeah, amekutoa ama are you still there?
No, me I'm here. Yeye ndio ameondoka.
Oh yeah, nimempigia simu nikamwambia nini yake napiga kelele.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So what I was saying there, so these recruitment agencies, these are the ones that are dodgy, They've there are big cases now of Kenyans in London, various cities in the UK without jobs. They were brought over, they sold their land, alafu wakakuja huku hakuna kazi, ama wakipata kazi sijui ni kama sijui 15 hours a week. Mtu hawezi hata kulala kwa sababu ana chakula. Ile visa ako nayo ati amepatiwa sponsorship through a crooked agency, So the British Home Office, the border agency, so they know that has been happening, and they know this is actually a form of human trafficking, and the victims are for real. So can you imagine? What I'm trying to say here is this, right? I know that Uhuru Kenyatta in 2012 presidential debate, he said something like, willing buyer, willing seller.
Willing seller, yeah. I remember that,
Kenyans took that one and they ran away with it.
And I think in retrospect, when he looks back, he regrets a lot, and I don't regret, I don't condone him for that. Remember, he was in The Hague, and he went in The Hague for wrong reasons. Remember, during the, you see, we did the ODM campaign, and I will never forget Eli. That thing, when I remember it, sometimes it makes me cry. I was part of the logistic team that did. Magara then was the secretary, was the treasurer of ODM, and he recruited me as part of his team, and we went with Raila, the whole country. Remember, the referendum had gone earlier, and we won the referendum, but Kibaki did not adhere to the referendum. So tukafanya campaign Campaign ilipopiga kura nikasema nipiga kura itachukua 2 days, wacha nikimbie Kisumu at least nipumzike, nikule samaki, nirudi wapi, alafu nirudi Nairobi hapo kwangu Karen. Hapo niko na kanyumba kadogo hapo Karen. Sio, ukisikia Karen usifikirie ni wale wadosi, sisi wadosi. So when I went there, then Kibaki anaiba kura bwana. What I saw your people did to us, I will never forget. Even some of us who are in the logistic team that have really, really used our own resources.
Wow.
Our house went to flames bwana. You know, walichoma nyumba yetu bwana. Wakachoma nyumba zetu, wakafanya nini?
This was in 2007 December.
Yes. I remember.
What was the precise date for you? Was it February 2008? Because this thing went on until April.
No. It was in January. For us.
Okay. Wow.
For us, it was January, bana.
No compensation.
There was no compensation. There was no compensation, Eli, man.
Wow.
You know, they just.
And these are people who knew you as neighbors, or these were just characters.
These were our own friends. These are people we grew up with.
Wow.
These were not other than any. I saw them touch it, and I asked them,
Have you been? Has there been any reconciliation, or these people, have they ever come to you and said, look, this is what we can do, we can apologize, there can be some restitution? No?
No. What I did is I put the house down. I took the rattles and I reconstructed the house again. I put a better house there to make them mad. I built now a better house than the one that was there to make them mad. That you know what we did, but we never reconciled. We don't talk. Whenever I go there, I don't talk with them because these are people we grew up with. These are people we were born up with. These are people we played with. Maki Jog, we played with as kids.
Like brothers, yeah. So let me ask you a question, you know, and that question might sound very unfair, but do you think that time when this happened, right?
Yes.
Overall, did you blame these people, or you blamed what Kibaki did caused this problem? Or did you blame Raila or even Ruto? Because Ruto is the one who told people now we are ready for war.
You see, I blame them because these are people we were born with.
Okay, so that's number one.
Number one. Secondly, these were people who Kisumu had water problems at that particular time. Not like right now that they are running water in the taps. So sisi ndio tulikuwa tuna kisima peke yake, na kisima yetu ilikuwa kubwa, so we could serve the whole community. Sisi ndio tulikuwa tunapea the whole community maji. We pump it kwenda hivi, and watu wanakuja. These are people we used to give water to. These are people when they could be sick at night, because my mom is a medical engineer. They could come and call my mom at night. Mtoto amekuwa mgonjwa. My mom could drive them to the hospital. These are people who did not have even school fees sometimes. They could come to my mom. Mama wangu anapeleka watoto shule. So for them to touch our house again, I blame them.
But why did they, like, you know, you guys had nothing to do with PNU.
No. We supported the ODM. I have told you that I was in the ODM logistics, and they saw that.
I'm not saying that PNU people should have been subjected to that horror, but you are not nothing to do with PNU in Kisumu. So I just wonder whether it's a tribal thing because you came from Kisii, and some Kisii people supported Kibaki, a few, but I don't know if that's why they subjected so-called foreigners in Kisumu to that, what you went through.
I think
Nikasumba fulani ilikuja.
I don't know, ikaharibu watoto wachanga. Because the people who were doing that were not older people. I remember there was an older guy, when they saw our house going to flame, they came, they said, mbona mnachomea mama nyumba? Huyu mama ndiye ametusaidia hii miaka yote hapa. Huyu mama akitoka hapa, hii place image. And you know, we moved, after I built that house, I've never even gone there. I just rebuilt the house and left because that was our Kondele house. It was in Kondele.
Wow.
So, and that was the saddest moment
You know
of
the
my
guy.
life. You know? And you know what I did? I remember that year what I did was even my tenants in Nairobi who are Luos, niliwafukuza kwa nyumba zangu. You know, it made me to become a tribalist for the first time.
Yeah, because of what you went through. Yeah.
Because of what we went through. I remember my sister was pregnant during that time. And we had to shield her in the police. When we went to the police, even the Luo policemen chased us away. So we had to take a plane, Red Cross. I had to order a plane. Thank God I had money. I had to take a plane, Red Cross. From Nairobi, it came, it landed where we were. It took my sister, akaenda kuzaa because hata hii nyumba yake ilichomwa, alikuwa anaishi Mamboleo.
Yeah, Mamboleo in Kisumu, yeah.
Yeah, Mamboleo, nyumba yake ilichomwa, akaona tu hivi yote ikichomeka. So she went into early labor. So I tell you, that is the time I almost became a tribalist. I asked myself.
You see, my brother, you know what happened is after that conflict, right? There was no post-conflict resolution. That one is still there. It's been pushed under the carpet, and it is simmering. One day, it will blow up again because you cannot have such a serious conflict and just put everything under the carpet. So you see, in Rwanda, those guys with their Gachacha courts, they decided, okay, this is what we can do. These people are going to prison. Gachacha courts will see where there'll be resolutions based on compensation or whatever, right? And then, of course, they have a so-called benevolent dictator in the name of Paul Kagame. So people strictly follow the rule of law there, of Rwandan law and order. You spit or you do whatever on the streets, unashikwa, unaona. In our case, we've had that massive conflict, which, by the way, could have gone on for years, right? If the Kofi Annan and the Americans and their power did not walk in and intervene. We had to have foreigners to intervene in order for things. But what I'm trying to say is, I feel you, what you're saying, but there has to be a long-term resolution so that victims can feel empowered what they went through, like yourselves, because even those people who were involved in the mass killings in Rift Valley, in Nairobi, and so on, there was a handful of people who were taken to court. Not even 20, 30. Yeah? And then the 6 men who were sent to The Hague, right? Nothing happened to them as well. Of course, that doesn't mean that other culprits that were not mentioned in Philip Waki's, Judge Waki's report about that went to the ICC. So what I'm saying is there is need for a resolution of this problem, because the way you are talking, and you're just one person who had this house in Kisumu, this land. Now you can multiply those people, some of them still living in camps in Nakuru, Nairobi, wherever, even Eldoret. It's a thing that has to be resolved.
You see, I blame Raila sometimes because we in the Kisumu, the Kisi community in Kisumu, we called Raila and told him what had happened to us. And I was the one who convened the meeting because they are our neighbors, huko Mlimani. So we convened the meeting and we told him, what we should do. But and we told him exactly the boys that did that. But he went and listened to another story that was told with the people who are in Kondele, because they realized that if this thing was to be taken into law, about more than 10,000 youths could have gone to jail, because everybody knew who had touched it, because there were more than 8,000 houses that were touched in one night, and the properties that were lost.
They call themselves Baghdad.
The Baghdad boys.
Mm-hmm.
So that night, I remember there were more than 8,000 houses that were touched in one night, from Nyalenda, Site, Mamboleo, Manyata, Russia, Kesoko, Brilliant, all those areas that Patel's flat, where my uncle owned about 50 apartments, they were all touched out. You can imagine. So we knew exactly. We knew exactly, because they told us, get out of the house, we are burning the house. So he did nothing about it. And we told him, we don't want them to go to jail. At least they should pay for it in one way or the other. But then when he went to Kondele, the people in Kondele just told him, forgive us, please let them not take us to jail. We were emotional because of the election, to Libiwa Kura. So
this was now like Raila's mass rally in Kondele.
What did it have to do with the kisses?
Okay.
Mungeniambia ni Wakikuyu mungechomea, then I could understand. But what did the Kisi people do?
Mm-hmm.
Then the Luo Council of Elders came in. It was a long, laborious thing that the way, and the Kisi. So we decided to leave it there, because when the Luo Council of Elders came and just said, let us just pray for this thing, cleanse these kids, what they have done is not right, but they did not pay anything for that. That is when I said,
You see, hang on a minute. You see, in Rwanda, in the Gachacha system, they respect that system, and they came out of, they left the kind of Western mode of conflict resolution or restitution or court cases. Yes, there was people who went to court in Rwanda, but the Gachacha system was actually embedded in the law there, post-genocide. So this is something, maybe Raila, I'm not trying to excuse Raila, but I'm saying the politicians should have worked on finding a way that, not even a local tribunal, but a certain traditional system and a local tribunal, yes. But the problem with the local tribunal, you know yourself how it was going to go. The Kenyan judiciary is very, very corrupt.
We do not have an opportunity to have that. What they did is simply just throw it away, and we've never been compensated either, and never been able to sit down as a community again. The new what we know for sure is that we will never be friends again. People who we grew up together, who are our own friends, who we took to the hospitals, who actually, when I was young, my mother taught me to drive when I was very young.
Yes.
So these are people we will never reconcile again completely, because
that's very
we
sad.
saw what they did to us. And
You see,
it's unfortunate
Mhm.
that, now we are going to our 40s and unaenda huko, unatoka majuu, unaenda huko, amsalimiani na watu ambao you grew up together with, who have now kids. They are struggling. The other time I was in Kenya, I went there. I found one kid that was very sick, but because of what they did, I couldn't even put them in my car to take them to the hospital, because they did not come for forgiveness.
And I'm sure they
did
felt
not
it.
see what they did was wrong, But
I
anyway.
think
Mhm.
you should confront them. Straight. I think if you ignore, there's no closure if you ignore them. I think you should find a way of addressing this issue with them. Of course, these people can say, "Oh no, it was not us." I don't know what. Maybe you can even work with a lawyer. I don't know if ignoring such people is the best way. Because if that was me, but
Yeah, it was wrong. I mean,
you
what
see,
happened in Kisumu
in
that
Rwanda,
particular time, and the support the Kisi people had given Raila that time. I remember here in Minnesota, when he came here in Minnesota, his funds were running low during the campaign. And we convened a fundraiser, and we brought in the Somalis together, the Somali Kenyans, the Kenyan Somalis, the Somali Somalis, Tanzania Kenyans, Kenyans Tanzanians, Ugandans, Kenyan Ugandans. We convened an Eastern Africa meeting that was very powerful. Na nakumbuka tukichangia Raila more than 24 million 24 million US dollars, courtesy of the Kisi people in Minnesota. So the support we gave him and the repercussions we got out of that made our people, until today, they don't go to vote because they cannot vote for anybody. They like Raila, but they cannot vote for anybody. No. They can't vote for Raila, but they cannot vote for anybody. They just stay at home. They don't vote, but they love Raila.
This is that theory I have about, for example, the future elections. Every 5 years, there's going to be fewer and fewer people who will be willing to vote. Because in the last election year, 2022, many people out of their experience of 2017 and 13 refused to vote. And even in your case, what people you're describing from 2007 experience, they probably never vote. So this is a real problem.
Yeah, I think fewer and fewer people are going to vote less because of, I think, the way our politics is going, especially the millenniums, do not understand where we've come from and the fight we have had over the years for democracy. Yeah, I remember last election asking my cousins, did you go to vote? They said no. I asked them why. Say we don't know who to vote for. I asked them, but didn't you not listen to the campaigns and everything? They say yes, we listened to. They don't know the struggles that we went in the 90s and the 80s. So I think I call them the born free generation. The people that came in when Kibaki became the president in 2002 are already voting. And these are people who never saw the Moi regime. But now they are going to experience the Ruto regime, and it's going to hit them so hard that they are going to vote. Now we have an educational crisis. I don't know if you saw, there was a young Kisi boy that committed suicide because
I watched your discussion the other day about that.
Yeah, because he could not get school fees. Just commit suicide. So I think Ruto anaenda kufinya hawa watu mpaka watafunguka. Using Mackenzie's word, Pastor Mackenzie's word, kitawaramba, to a point where now watafunguka ubongo. So I think the future people are going to vote wisely. People are not going to. Your prediction may be right, but for me, what I predict is that I think what Ruto has done economically has created a crisis,
right?
Which I think many people have woken up their political consciousness. That
Have you seen how IMF has responded today to Kenya's fuel subsidy?
Oh, it responded?
Yeah, they've just discovered that this subsidy that Uhuru had instituted for years, Ruto, remember Ruto withdrew it. He removed the fuel subsidy last year.
Yeah.
And said it was not, it didn't make sense.
Yeah.
Now, IMF has launched, they've made a statement that this because Ruto now has returned the fuel subsidy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And IMF is asking, where is that money going to come from for this fuel subsidy? Where is it in practical terms? How is this fuel subsidy going to work in terms of the Kenyan economy now? So apparently, IMF, which is what has been the brains of Ruto, IMF, World Bank, are now, this man has enemies everywhere.
I think this man knew he was running for presidency, but he was not prepared to govern the country. He knew that he was going to lose. Him being put there by the British and the Americans, he was surprised, and he was not able to lead from the front. So he put his cronies, and it's like in 2013, Uhuru put his own cronies and his own people in government until he came to realize that, look, this is not the way to go. So even if he has to be his kinsmen, they have to be professional. That is when he brought people like Mutahi Kagwe in, and he fired a couple of people, and he brought people like Munya to the Ministry of Agriculture. Eventually, it's going to catch up with Ruto that the way he's running the government is not the right way. I believe so, because I hear.
But me, I don't even recognize that person, so I don't really care.
I hear that even within the water is not holding the center because I think I hear like 4 CS wanted to resign last week. 4 CS has wanted to resign last week because they were telling him, if this is the way you are running the government, it is not sustainable. Because what he does is that he's micromanaging them, telling them what to do, not them to do what they're supposed to do. One of the people who wanted to resign here is the CS for finance. I don't know how much that is true, but if it's true that the 4 CS wanted to resign, it looks like it's not. It's his government is not doing very well. But what you can see is the IMF and you see IMF, the United Nations and World Bank were formed to make America a superpower. So where Kenya was going, the way Kenya, when Baba came in the handshake government, Baba really helped Uhuru, and Kenya had moved from underdeveloped country to a developing country. We had reached whereby our infrastructures and our structures that we had as a country had surpassed that of Egypt and Cairo, especially Nairobi. Nairobi was becoming a more destination, how can we call it? A more destinative place where people could hold could hold a meeting.
A hub, yeah.
A hub of, a hub. And I think had we continued in that rate, the rate we were growing, because I think our rate was about 7 to 8% per year. That is where we were. We could have gone very far away. But one thing I know, Jack Sebu rudi hapa kidogo.
Yeah, kwa sababu hata mimi nataka kuhama.
Hi. Yeah, Jack kuingia kidogo, tunataka tumalize show.
Aya, sawa, niko tu, acha nifanye naingia tu saa hii dakika moja.
Thank you, Alex.
Yeah. So huyu anasema Alex, how can huyu ananiuliza swali. How can you
swali mzuri.
get what this low life did to your family? That was pure corruption and bullying running in the system. Yeah, we forgave them, but we cannot forget. You see, when your original home that you were raised, hata wewe ukienda huko nyumbani, kama Eli Idigi Simba, uko na nyumba yako ile inaitwa Simba huko nyumbani, yenye hata ukijenga nyumba ingine hautaki kubomoa hiyo bado. Unaelewa?
We. Ukianza na hiyo story ya nyumba, nikikwambia ma stories hapa hata utashangaa. Kwanza family. Hao ndio sasa ni corrupt sugu kabisa.
Sugu kabisa.
I'm sure you've heard stories about Kenyans sending money abroad for construction.
Hizo tulipoanza mara ya kwanza.
Hiyo hata tusiende kwa hiyo.
Hiyo tusiende hapo. Hiyo ni terrible.
Hey, we.
Hiyo nimeona watu wanajengewa hewa, watu wanajengewa hewa.
We, ngoja. Recently I fired my brother, my own brother. Imagine this guy, I told him, this is a business transaction. I'm building this thing. I'm paying you monthly. This is not at brother. So please take my instructions. What I tell you to do it. If you can't send me a text or phone me. Mtu unamtumia pesa zile vitu ashanunua, alafu nusu ya hiyo pesa amekimbia for nearly 1 week. Alafu unapata simu mtu anakuambia, ule ndugu yako siku hizi anachukua zile pata potea online gambling. So a guy went and gambled with my money online.
Oh, shoot. Unasikia anajenga nyumba.
Hey, where? This was only 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. Nakwambia. Najua
maneno ya nyumba ni mbaya bwana.
At the moment, a lot of Kenyans, Jack, are investing over there. Kenyans in the diaspora because of the strength of the money, like the strength of the pound to the shilling and things like that. So Kenyans are taking advantage of that. Lakini family are conning you left, right, and center. Not all family, but some. Bwana, as they say, if you don't laugh, you will cry. Over to you, Jax.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, kama kawa lazima tuwe na tamati ya kila kitu. Niliwapa fursa hawa wadau kusukuma gurudumu. I think wamefanya an hour or so. Wamejaribu, right? Wamejaribu. Good job, guys. Mumefanya show kali, show fiti. I am telling you, comments hapa ni kibao. And I'm sure hata mja respond to everything. Kuna swali hapa zimeachwa hanging. We'll try to respond to them, especially show ya jioni. We have another show, I think, in about 5 hours from now. So we will definitely try to look at all this. Bwana Alex lazima alale kidogo, no wanda kwa bed bado. Eli lazima, unajua sasa hii lazima tafute kikombe cha uji. So basically I have allowed Kwaheri sana. Allow me to have them leave, but we'll definitely have them in other shows. All right. Thank you so much, Bwana Eli. Asante sana, Bwana Alex, for always being part of these conversations. You guys, hata kama mjingia kwa show, I always see your text hapo nyuma ya screens. Najua bado mnatu support behind the scenes. Asanteni sana.
Lakini ambia
Maybe a minute to say goodbye. Sawa sawa, Black ati uingie show ya jioni, hata kama baridi na kukimbisha na uzee. Karibu karibu sana jioni, usiogope, usiogope. We will have enough warmers kwa show. Show itakuwa kali, itakuwa moto, venye utaweza kufeel joto tu ukiwa mahali ulipo. All right, sawa sawa. Thank you so much, Bwana Alex. Thank you, Ellie. Thank you, everyone, SG, and everyone who made part of this show. Akina Happiness and everyone who joined the show. Asante sana. We looked at many other things, and I have to leave you with what I started. Yenye Alex hakutaka tuongelele, hiyo lazima niifanye. Hiyo lazima niifanye for the next how many minutes? For the next 20 minutes. I leave you with the scenes that informed the handshake, the scenes that informed this show. So Alex, good night, good morning to you, and equally to you, Wananchi. Asante sana. I leave you with this episode of The Earthquake that was aired yesterday on NTV. Thank you guys. God bless you. This is part 2 of the same. Goodbye. I'll see you.
2022, OCA and its technical team, together with the principals, converged in Elementaita, and they said that they were to name a presidential candidate. I covered that particular meeting, and Musalia Mudavadi was conspicuously absent, but he could be on his way out.
I do not think Brother Musalia is the type of person who would be wooed at night and not say it during the day. He says it as it is. So stop this wooing business, even you, Karanja.
What indeed Kalonzo is saying is true about Musalia Mudavadi. He says it as he sees it.
I believed exactly what I said. But with a bit of hindsight, I was wrong. There are lots of consultations that were happening.
Some of us who are close to them were aware that they were with us during the day, but at night they were with William. And ultimately, when they made the decision at Bomas, it was not an earthquake really, because we knew what to expect.
There was a lot of mischief in what was taking place in Elementaita. A lot of mischief. The people who were in Elementaita, to be honest, and we talk of the parties that were in place at that time, Wiper had had its delegates conference, and they had nominated Kalonzo as their. Ford Kenya had had its delegates conference and nominated Wetangula. Kanu had had its delegates conference and nominated there, and we were supposed to be in one conversation at that time.
I went to represent my principal, His Excellency Musalia Mudavadi, that he was part of the team. He wanted teamwork. He wanted these people to make a decision and pick a candidate. If they had picked a candidate and he was the candidate, he was the earthquake already would have been a serious earthquake because he was going to be announced as the candidate. But if they refused to accept that he was the candidate, the opinion polls had given him advantage. Finances, he had more finance than all of them. Prepared for the election, and so the logistics around presidency was favoring him. And so when we went to that meeting, it was a decision to make who is our candidate. and they failed to come up with a candidate. Kalonzo was still saying, I am the candidate. And if it's not me, I'm not supporting anybody else. Mainly he quoted age. He said he could go for 1 term and Musalia goes for another term. Or he goes for a full term, 2 terms, and then Musalia can be supported by him another 2 terms.
We were not very clear at that time. Maybe that may have influenced Musalia. I think he knew in his mind that he was not going to be the candidate, and therefore decided to support William.
Doesn't it occur to you that the people who are rushing to make a decision on the presidency in Naivasha were up to some mischief because they knew very well that my NDC was lined up? So how would I have gone to a conference in Elementaita, make a decision on who is going to be the presidential candidate, and then go and call an NDC convention, and then have me declared as the candidate for ANC, and on the other side you have made a decision that maybe is somebody else? Don't you see mischief in that game? So somebody somewhere was trying to sabotage my NDC.
In 2 days, Musalia Mudavadi was announcing his political truth. A tense political moment, with players in the political scene guessing which way Musalia. Everything was calculated, from the guest list to the seating arrangement and to the speech he made.
They are the worst burden that the country has ever had to carry.
Of course, you will remember his speech that day. It's probably billed as one of the best speeches Musalia Mudavadi has ever delivered in his public life, because he spoke to the hearts of the Kenyan people. He spoke to issues as they are.
We would like to recommend that the principles around Uchumi Bora, Pesa Mfukoni, as put out in the NC manifesto, become a guiding principle for our foreign policy, and indeed to make us put Kenya Kwanza in whatever we do and whatever we negotiate.
That reference to Kenya Kwanza was not by accident.
To be honest, Kenya Kwanza was a title that through ANC we had registered with the Register of Political Parties.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is that moment. This is that active moment.
And it resonated well with the people. It was a very simple message. In English, you'll say, let's put Kenya first. In Kiswahili, it's Kenya Kwanza. Easy. Easy to move. Just the way when in the previous election, I had worked and registered NASA, and it became a rallying call, a clarion call, and a coalition name. So equally, when I pushed forward the registration of Kenya Kwanza, it was on the understanding that going forward, we have reached the politics where coalition building is going to be quite central in Kenya's politics. And sometimes there's comfort in having a coalition name without undermining the individual party. So we registered Kenya Kwanza, and we put it, when the time came, we put it on the table that if we are to have a coalition, does this resonate? Does it capture the mood and the imagination of the Kenyan people.
At the registrar, His Excellency Mudavadi had already booked through me the registration of the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. And if you look at the dates from the registrar, you'll see it's 14th April in 2021. So we were having Oka here, but also on the sideline or under the table, we had our Kenya Kwanza certificate. We knew that we will need to move. Because as I told you, our resolve was we must run for president.
And we knew from the right go, even by the time we walked into Bomas, that they would be coming in with their political parties and would have to put together some sort of coalition.
I look at the earthquake moment as a moment of courage, yeah, a moment of reawakening, of renaissance, so that the voter had the opportunity to see that, hey, wait a minute, KANU wanted to have its NDC at Bomas. The invitation list, the determination of who comes and all that was purely a KANU affair. We had not even registered the One Kenya Alliance per se. All right? It was still something information, it was fluid. But KANU had a chance. They made their invitation. They invited whoever they wanted to come. The rest is history. You know who was in attendance. You know who was the guest of honor? It happened. Then we had the Wiper NDC. They had the engagement. They had the invitation list. It went on. We attended. But when you invite people to your function, I, as another invitee, cannot try and determine who should be on your guest list. That is for you to determine. So that went. Ford Kenya had their NDC. They had their invitation list. Believe it or not, the day ANC was having its NDC, you know, there are people who wanted to determine who should be on my visitors list before the Bomas event. That is impunity. It's arrogance. I have attended your NDCs. You have invited who you wanted to invite. But when it's my turn to have mine, you purport that you want to determine who should be my guest.
Would you in particular, because we are writing history here.
Oh yeah, the Wiper people, the KANU people. Didn't you see them fleeing from my NDC?
They did.
Yeah, they fled. They had tried to turn around and say, who are you inviting? And you should not invite so-and-so, or those ones should not come. Now, the earthquake was a moment of getting people to unshackle themselves from this feeling that in Kenya's politics, there must be a pariah, okay? There must be the damned and those who are not.
Ladies and gentlemen, the earthquake is about to happen. The earthquake is about to happen. Please make way, make way.
We were not involved in planning the NDC. We were invited quietly. That's when you remember Gideon Moi, Kalonzo Musyoka, and I don't know who else was there running away. Sprinting out of bombs.
Why are you leaving? Excuse me, sir?
And I don't know why you need to run away, because you've seen the UDA people walking.
Excuse me, sir, why are you leaving?
No, we came to congratulate MM.
Yes.
And we have congratulated him.
But why are you not staying for the rest of the function?
We have congratulated him.
That was
That's
it?
why we came.
And we saw the seating arrangement, we checked, and we were told they were expecting William Ruto.
They had to find an exit strategy, but they were caught by surprise, which I thought was quite unfair of Musalia to have exposed them to such, because there are leaders who had said they cannot work with William Ruto. So for them to have been placed in the same conference with William Ruto, I think they suffered a lot of discomfort and they had to leave.
So I remember actually Weta walked me out. And I remember telling Weta, my friend, since our brother Musalia has gone, you have a very unique opportunity to rally the community of Western Kenya behind you. Please don't let that go.
Just come. You see, Ruto seat is next to me.
Those are my final words to my friend Weta. The Mulembe Nation, you have a chance to now take hold of the Mulembe Nation. But then he followed. You remember the story of Lot's wife.
It's when I discovered who are really my friends. It was a moment of awakening. Because I had stood with them at their functions, but they were running away from my function. So, were they really my friends?
Aside from Kalonzo, who you've stated you approached and refused to come, were there any other politicians or leaders from that other faction who you equally approached and refused to come? At the time Musalia was...
I don't know why this is coming now. We will write books. Martha Karua. Up to a week before she was named as the running mate, we were talking to her. But she insisted on things that we were not willing to give her.
What are these things?
I will not disclose.
Is what you're calling that earthquake event. When Musalia ends up losing his own gubernatorial, his own Vihiga governor to ODM, okay? And I think also Senator is also not even, I mean, Haniri, I don't know whether he's not Kenya Kwanza. Even his own member of parliament. That was the effect of that decision. So these decisions clearly have consequences. So therefore, what you're calling an earthquake could have been a terrible thing for my brother. Had we stuck together as one Kenya, I believe we'll be more respectable as a team.
At the end of the day, we won the election. Kenya Kwanza won the election. We formed a coalition. And the issue or the impact of the earthquake is not just, cannot be measured by trying to regionalize it. Okay? This was a national issue. It was a political decision that had far-reaching implications in Kenya's political landscape. It is a decision that defeated the so-called system.
Sorry, I was muted. But thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for keeping me company from the time we began very early in the morning, I think, up to now. It's almost 5 hours. And asante san, it was awesome. Thank you very, very much for tuning in. That was the Musalia Wetangula factor that played out to what became the current regime, and where kumbe kuna tusiri hapa nje, including what was happening with Martha Karua. Watu wa Azimio, mumesikia? Wanwe, wadau. Hey, yo. Wow, interesting. No wonder some people are still very bitter. But tutaongea. No, at least I'm quoted. Tutabonga zaidi kuhusu what we have had. Thank you so much. Let's meet at 10 p.m. Kenyan time and then have another great show. All right. I've been your host, Jex, the moderator. Thank you, my panelists, and anyone who joined in the show as well. Thank you, my comment guys. Wadau, new guys are just but fantastic. You're the reason at times tunafila tuko peke tuko studio, and then pia wewe ambaye who view hizi shows. Asante tu sana. Kindly consider subscribing to Afrique 24 and make this your #1 channel. Here we keep it balanced. We don't really egemea any side, whether Azimio, Kenya Kwanza, or any side. We talk matters as they are. So that's why at times utaona tunaongea za Kenya Kwanza, tunaongea za Azimio, tunaongea neutral topics kwa sababu here it's about you, mwananchi. Asante sana. God bless you. Have a fantastic one. As usual, I leave you with this one. Let's meet in the evening for another fantastic, awesome edition here at Afrique 24. Goodbye. Keep safe. See you in the evening. Bye-bye.
Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Twaenda mbio, Kenya yaenda mbele. Kwa elimu twaenda mbele, matibabuni twaenda mbele, viwandani twaenda mbele, na mashambani twaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Tunajivunia Kenya nchi yetu, kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia. Tunajivunia Kenya nchi yetu, kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Ziwa la Victoria linaunganisha Kenya na Uganda, Kenya na Tanzania. Fika Mombasa, mito wa bahari, ogelea maji, jua tamu kuota. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu.
PPMC Production.
Tushangilie Kenya taifa chake